What is this? What? Can I hide it? Yes, I can. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you. I combed it. I literally I just combed it, and it's still doing this. I don't like the What is this? Can I have a normal hair? Can I not have all this? I know. I've said I should get a haircut for some time by now, and I still haven't. I might. I don't know. I don't know when. Oh, I remember something. No volume? Hello? What do you mean no Hello? Just doing this. There is volume. Liar. Absolute liar. Disgusting. As I said in the last stream, I was going to be away. I was going to go celebrate my grandmother's 90th birthday. And I did. But I had an issue. There came a heat wave. And when I say there came a heat wave, I mean the humidity was through the roof. It wasn't really super warm. It was just really humid. And that humidity fucked my sleeping schedule completely. I think the entire weekend, I think during 3 nights, I slept a total of, 4 nights even, I slept a total of probably 8 hours. Is all I could manage to sleep. 8 goddamn hours was all I got. And that shit fucked me up good time. I decided on Sunday, because initially I had actually planned on traveling back home on Monday. But I decided on Sunday that, you know what, I can't take another night if I don't sleep. What if I don't sleep tonight and I have to travel back home tomorrow? I'm gonna be completely fucked. Now, fortunately, I had my little pills. I can, 1 or 2 nights, there's no issues. I can take my pills. I can take my meth, and I am good to go. I am awake. I might be tired physically, but mentally, I am all here. I am completely fine. I can be social. I can be alert. There's no issue. But 3 nights in a row. Nah. That shit fucked me up good time. Good. So good. What? So shut up. So I thought, you know what? Best that I drive in the middle of the night. Less people on the roads. Less risk if I don't sleep one more night. And I can just take a nap during my drive. I'll just stop somewhere at a truck stop or at a gas station or something, and I'll take my snooze there. And I did that. And I did that. And I did not get any snoozing at all. Literally. I had I tried like 4 or 5 times, I think. I stopped. I turned off the car. I closed my eyes. And I just couldn't get any rest. Impossible. So, fun. That was so much fun. Which just fucked me up for the rest of the week. I think it took me until Wednesday until I was actually feeling kind of normal again, you know? Until I was back on my feet, energetic, able to focus on and do anything. Like my emotional state when I got home, I don't think I've ever been so emotionally fragile in a very long time. I'm trying to find a photograph, if you're wondering what I'm doing while I'm relaying this. I'm trying to find a photograph because I haven't edited the photos yet. And I'm supposed to send the images to my brother as well, and he blah, 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 blah. I haven't done anything yet because I haven't been able to... that's not a good photo. Is there a better photo? I want to show my grandmother. There we go. Okay. It's unedited at the moment. So you're just going to have to live with that. Or I am going to have to live with that. Here we go. That's my grandma. We celebrated her 90th birthday. She was born in Chicago. Moved back to Sweden with her grandparents. Where due to Al Capone and all those fuckers, you know. Wait, yeah. And then they moved back, and then she married. Let's see if I can't find him. I've talked about him before. You know, I'm gonna. I don't know many people who can Google their own grandparent, you know? It's kind of cool, if you ask me. There we go. That's my grandpa. Grandpa Sam. I never met him. But that's him. He has been... written about by Dick Biondi, who is apparently a legendary radio host, who praised him. 2 weeks after he was fired Biondi got a call from Sam Holman, program director of WLS, invited him to help launch a new rock and roll format, the bright new sound of the 5,000 watt former Prairie Farmer Station. A Prairie Farmer Station? Really? That's interesting. Is that the only? Okay. He's written more. He's written a whole book about it. About how Sam... Or not about Sam, but about his life. And there's more about Sam and about how he was... not the best guy, to say the least. Oh, sorry. There. He wasn't the best guy, apparently. Naturally. He is most likely the place where I have inherited my flaws. My mental flaws. My mental floss. Anyway, that was fun still. I had a lot of fun celebrating my grandma. I haven't been able to be energetic around family really in a long time. It's always been a lot more draining on my mental state. But no, this weekend I was able to actually be present. You know, it's amazing. I've never been able to do that before. So thank you to whoever discovered that meth works fantastic on people with ADHD. Thank you. I am, however, doing new medicine. I'm no longer on what is it called? Whatever this is. Which is like lasts for up to 12 hours, between 8 and 12 hours. I am now on a Ritalin, or a Ritalin-ish kind of medicine. 20 milligrams of Ritalin is what I'm dosing at the moment. But I don't feel it's enough. I feel like I need more still. I don't know where this is going to end. How much do I actually need? And one thing that I've noticed I've realized about myself during this whole discovery period of mine is I am missing, which is apparently kind of normal for people with ADHD. I am missing within myself an internal motivator. I don't have the self-motivating feeling to do anything, really. It just... I don't know where it is. I don't know why I'm missing it, but I don't have it. And that fucks me up completely as well. I need to clean. And then I just sit here. I need to clean. I still need to clean. I've promised to clean. I still just sit here. Whatever. It's an issue, but it's getting better. A lot better. Which is partially why you're seeing much more of me. I love that. I love that for me. My last video, which I recorded before I went away. I thought, you know what? I'm going to edit it, and it's going to be out before I leave, and it's going to be over the weekend, and people, stuff. I had ideas. I had thoughts. Obviously, that didn't work out. Because I realized quite early on in the editing process, when I was 2 hours into editing, I'm like, or not 2 hours of my time, but 2 hours on the timeline. I was like, all right, I turned a 15-minute video into a 3-hour video. And then I had the prelude. And I tried to, can I just cut them off? And I didn't find a good spot for that because I felt like they connected to each other in some ways. And I'm like, fuck it. Let's just remove the unnecessary bits of the stream and put that out there. Good video still. I'm happy with the video, and apparently others seem to be as well. And which is very fun. And I am getting quite some Dorites are finding me now, which I find hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. They're finding me. Which it's all I've ever dreamed of. The Dorites to find me. But yeah, usually when you actually put a lot of effort into a video, Socialist, you can probably back me up here. Whenever you put any amount of effort into making good content, like you're like, oh, I'm proud of this. I spent hours poring over this, and it's like meticulous. It's you feel like you structure it well, you present it well, you do everything well, and the views just go. It is completely disheartening when you see that. And I thankfully haven't seen that with this video. Like, it's not doing numbers. I'm not like, oh shit, I'm getting millions of views. No, I'm still just getting like, 100 something views. Like, it's nothing crazy. I'm still on my size. But I'm getting more comments than I've ever got. Almost more comments than I've ever gotten before. Like, it's up there. And the views are at the moment, fairly okay for being this early. Usually takes some time for my views to ramp up. But yeah, so I'm very happy that it's not just being ignored, despite its length, because I didn't expect anyone to really care about it due to its length. Maybe the title was a good thing. the video Dore doesn't want you to see. I thank you for that. The algorithm. We're gonna talk about the algorithm later. Before that, I made statements in the last video. I don't remember who said it, but someone told me to watch. What was it? Never mind. Someone told me to watch something about monkeys, because I was talking about monkeys, and I'm like, they have this type of intelligence, and they do blah blah blah. You know, I don't know anymore. I looked at some more. There has been, because I haven't really looked at any. God, my voice. I haven't looked at any monkey videos or. Of course, my girlfriend calls me the moment I go live. Of course. Do not eat fudge rounds? No, I will not eat fudge rounds. I promise you. Just give me two fucking seconds here. And I'm back. She wanted me to buy something. Yeah, exactly. Your favorite content always flops. It's a rule of the algorithm, apparently. But anyway, I was talking about monkeys, and I've changed my mind a bit about what I said there. Because I talked about general intelligence and how their intelligence differs from us, or isn't at our level, you know, in terms of course, they're not at our level, but in terms of understanding the usage of tools. I talked about dishwashing, how they will mimic the movement, but not actually mimic the meaning or the point of it. But that might actually just be because they didn't see the point of it. Because what monkey cares about plates? No monkey cares about plates, except for us. So I got someone commented. I don't remember who. I don't remember on what. I don't remember what video they told me to watch. But they told me to watch a certain video about monkeys, and that got me into a whole rabbit hole. So here I am. I'm just going to show you this video, and it's amazing.
These primatologists, I guess.
Right, maybe it actually was this, because I remember something about Joe Rogan now.
Do we call them primatologists? That's the term?
That's a great
biologists. Biologists that believe that monkeys and chimps and some of the great apes are moving into the Stone Age, that they've currently entered the Stone Age. Like, they're not staying what they were 100,000 years ago or 500,000 years ago, but they're actively using tools, and they're experimenting with different ways to use those tools. And then they're making tools out of stone. They're making tools out of sticks, and they're using them.
And I'm like, what? And I saw this video. This is, to me, amazing.
At a jungle hut, this female picks up a saw. Despite being totally wild, somehow she has worked out what to do with it. Like us,
Nobody instructed her. Nobody explained. Ha ha ha, socialist. Very, very funny socialist. Nobody explained how a saw works to her. She just picks it up and goes, ooh. You know? How can you look at these people and not be amazed? And this whole thing. Are you fucking with me again? Because I can see the volume. Or are you that behind? No, I can see my own. I can see my own reaction. Are you not hearing me? This video, isn't, I don't remember.
Staying.
despite
That's on you actually, because I can see my own feed here. My own feed here. And now I'm hearing myself twice. My own feed here. And now I'm hearing myself twice. Are you not getting that? That's on you, I feel. I'm sorry. For all the other viewers, click the heart icon. Right, you can't hear me. Click the heart icon. Yeah. I'm sorry. I hear myself. Anyway, I started thinking, what is going on? Why are monkeys evolving? And it's a quite simple explanation, really. It's us. We are encroaching on their territory. We are forcing them. We are forcing them to be more, to have an evolutionary. This is audio. To have a evolutionary pressure on themselves. We are the evolutionary pressure on them. Humans have no evolutionary pressure, except for ourselves. We are our own. We are the apex. So there's no reason for us to change really anything. Technology is our evolutionary development. Monkeys have us as evolutionary pressure. I mean, I talked about earlier, or the last stream, about monkeys stealing mobile phones and not giving them back until they get a good price. That's kind of deep intelligence to me. That's understanding monetary value. There is a... I heard your Brogan talk about how monkeys are making tools. Yeah, and I just watched it. Not making tools, perhaps, but using them. But there's evolutionary pressure on the monkeys. We are creating, and I fear this to some extent, for their sake, we are creating a new, highly intelligent being by putting this pressure on them. The best thing for everyone, including humans and monkeys, is for us to live in the stratosphere, in floating cities, and leave Earth to the next generation to the next being. You know, I really think that's. Why did my views plummet? I have an excellent connection. You're still there. Okay, might just be an error in the view counter. Yeah, so we should really leave Earth. That should be our goal. we should leave Earth and inhabit, terraform another planet where we can live and develop an entirely new species. You know, that's kind of my hope. And then we can return. We can monitor. We don't have to. We can be the aliens of the monkeys. They will find these ancient ruins someday. And they will go, dude, bruh, there was another civilization here? I've heard mumblings of this. We have written history about this. The Bible said this. Oh my God, we never believed them. You know? I find that. I like that idea. Anyway, I just wanted to touch on that because I talked about it in the last stream, and I've changed my mind to some extent on the things I've said there. Now, speaking of the algorithm, another idea I had is algospeak, or rather 2084. Can I just remove that? Thank you. We've all read 1984, right? Right. Nobody's here not read 1984. Exactly. But we'll not fly there. We'll just set up cameras to spy on them. I want Earth to be a reservoir for the next intelligent being to develop it for. But we've all read 1984, right? I hope so. If you haven't, go fucking do it. I want to touch on Newspeak specifically. Because what Newspeak does, and this isn't my explanation of it, this isn't my idea, but freedom. Freedom is a very nebulous concept to understand. It's something that we have differing ideas about. We have differing competing ideas even on what creates freedom. You should socialize. You really, really should. What freedom is to me, and what freedom is to a libertarian, what freedom is to a conservative, what freedom is to a Nazi, what freedom is to a tanky, all of these differ widely. I am fine with putting barriers on people's freedom in order to safeguard other people's freedom. We don't allow for persecution. We don't allow for genocidal talk because we know that leads to bad outcomes. We put limits on people's freedom. Now, in 1984, we have the Inner Party. Clearly a direct reference to Soviet Union and similar structures, where the Inner Party controls what is and isn't allowed in society completely. They also control what you can and can't talk about completely. And the way they do this in the book is by removing meaning from people's language. For example, now, freedom. Is this free? No. It was free for a brief moment there while I dropped it. In the book, this is the only free that exists. The nebulous, the ambiguity, the abstract term freedom doesn't exist in people's minds, so they can't think about being free. They are forced into a mental maze where they are, even if they have a feeling about freedom, they can't put words to it because they have no words to it. And I feel Like we are willingly hurdling ourselves towards that goal. There's no inner party here, but there is an algorithm. 2084, the follow-up to 1984, is going to be about algo speak, not new speak. How we self-censor. Censor. We have spicy eggplant. That's a vibrator, apparently. Unalive is the most common. You're not talking about suicidality. You're talking about unaliving yourself. You're talking about having unalive thoughts. You obfuscate what you mean by this. You compress death and suicide into the same term. Apparently, this term wasn't used first in algo speak. It was apparently used in like an old Spider-Man comic. Used it the first time. Probably because their audience was quite young and they wanted to safeguard them from those ideas, and I understand that. The more you talk about, and we've measured this, the more you talk about suicide, the more people commit it. Because again, if you can't think it, you can't do it. Now, when it comes to this topic, I completely understand why you'd want to not publish it too much, why you want to safeguard. But YouTube is there is incentive, there's corporate incentive to limit what you can and can't speak about. The corporate algorithm has one goal and one goal only. Well, two goals actually. Keep people on the site. Keep advertisers happy. The more you maximize these two, the more money you make. Simple as that. So that's all they care about. That's all they focus on. And it creates this kind of sanitized worldview, sanitized speech. And I fear that taken to its logical conclusions, we're going to see it create a form of newspeak in common language. We already have kids going like and subscribe when they say goodnight, because they don't know what they're saying. It's like and subscribe doesn't mean anything anymore when you hear it in a video. Like and subscribe is cul-de-sac is a similar thing. Or oh God, I know Orwell has Orwell. Why I Write, I believe. There's an essay by George Orwell on this phenomena specifically. There's an Orwell Russian site, orwell.ru. I don't know if I should be on this, but I am. Oh, here we go. No, that's not it. Okay, on politics and English language. That's the one I'm looking for. Let's see here. What does he use? Isn't it? Okay, there's no... yeah, okay. Loose cannon. Loose cannon. That's a great example, by the way. When I say you're a loose cannon, what do I mean? Do I mean you are similar to a cannon, a loose cannon on a ship during a stormy sea? Or is that the image you're getting in your head? Or do you just understand the word itself. Like it's a phrase that means someone is acting crazy. You're a loose cannon. You can't be controlled. You're wrecking the entire. You're wrecking everything around you. You know, figuratively. But nobody sees the image in their head because it's been so overused. Someone is wild, yeah. But you're not getting the loose cannon reference. You're not seeing that image. This is the same thing we're seeing here with unaliving yourself. Talking about suicidality that way. And this kind of thing is sanitizing our language. It's obfuscating our meanings. It is just bad writing or language. It is dumbing us down, and I fear I can see a future where algo speak is the norm. And I don't like that. Not one bit. Not at all. I fear it. Legitimately. Fear it. And I think the only remedy for it is to A, stop caring about the algorithm, and B, destroying the algorithm, criminalizing it. Take TV. Why didn't we have this problem with TV? It cannot be solved with education. Not at all. And I chase this myself. It's capitalism. We are forced into wanting to make money. We are forced into being subservient to these large corporations because we have no alternative. I can't... TV, for example, now. Why didn't TV have this issue? I don't think our education has become that worse due to since TV. So I don't think education is a problem here, or I don't think education is the thing to solve it either. TV had advertisers, massive advertisers, and was allowed to be edgy without having to sink to, I don't know, hawking gold bars to seniors, you know? Hold on. No? Can I not? There we go. Ooh. Without having to sink to the lowest common denominator, they were allowed... Am I? Do I not have any paper here? No, I do not. Of course. The cats are still here. TV was allowed to be edgy. To some extent. Not like some YouTuber edgy. You weren't allowed to have ISIS propaganda on TV. You couldn't get away with that. But they were allowed to show blood, gore, sex, speech that is offensive, humor that is offensive, having debate panels with far-right figures, you know, stuff. All of this was allowed. Jerry Springer, take a look at a random Jerry Springer episode, and it's going to be more edgy than 90% of what you find on social media. At least 90% of what is successful on social media and YouTube. Because I don't think YouTube is really social media. Why? Because advertisers didn't have a choice. Oh, you don't want to be here? Fuck off. We have the next guy instead. Sorry. Coca-Cola, you don't want to be advertised next to the debate panel, to Jerry Springer? Sorry. We got the next guy. You're going to miss out on the millions of viewers, though. Sucks to be you. We need to get back to that. advertisers shouldn't have editorial input. I think that is the easiest way to solve most of the problems. Honestly, advertisers shouldn't be seeking out the audience. I haven't grown the mustache, but I have shaven. That's the. We did a photo shoot. I can show you later. Remind me. Advertisers shouldn't have editorial input. Advertisers. Exactly, it's an optical illusion. Advertisers should be able. You should be able to say, here's what I pay, what I'm willing to pay for X amount of exposure. Period. That done. They shouldn't have an algorithm for advertisers. And I think that would solve most of it. Later on, we can look at... of course. In a perfect world, advertising should be banned. In a perfect world. But we don't live in that world. So in this world, what can we do in the immediate? What is the first thing we can do tomorrow? Because we can't ban advertisers. That's not going to fly. Nobody will allow that. And I don't mean no rich people. I mean nobody. Because how are we... we get free YouTube is free. How are we going to subsidize YouTube if we don't have advertisers? So we need advertisers in the immediate future, unfortunately. Did you see Ethan Klein and his producer again? Yeah. I've seen that. Stop it. Government should run it. I do not favor government running YouTube. Actually, I do think the workers should run it. I am more of a market socialist in the meantime, because government running it, that's going to be there's going to be issues with that. There's going to be major issues with government run. You can't see it anymore. Hello, cat. There's going to be issues with government run YouTube, because the government is going to be, depending on the political whims of the current trends, that's going to be affecting the content probably, and the amount of money YouTube gets to be able to do yada, yada, yada. I do agree that it's a public utility, and I believe it should be broken up. And I believe the algorithm that they use for content service should A, be open source, and B, be limited heavily. Like the subscription fee should not have an algorithm. I am fine in some instances with the recommended feed and the home feed being an algorithm to some extent, because we don't have, like in the old days when you had the catalog, the TV catalog, and you're like, oh, that's on TV tomorrow. Look at this movie on Friday. You know, we don't have that kind of stuff anymore. So we need some way to discover new channels and new videos, but it should be heavily limited and absolutely government regulated. And I can make a case for the technology to be open source completely. Like the platform. They've developed a platform. They have, let's say, 20 years of copyright, and then it has to be made open source, you know? The algorithm sucks so fucking much. But I tried to use... I wanted to see what is an algorithm-free search look like. And I went to DuckDuckGo. And I searched... I searched for something. Like, I know DuckDuckGo isn't algorithm free in that sense. There's always going to be an algorithm. But I searched for something, and all I got was Russian propaganda. I'm like, oh, that's what you get when you don't search for with an algorithm, when there's no safeguarding to the information being, or like weighing the information, like BBC versus some random Russian blogger. But yeah, Google out. You're never finding useful, not alternative information, but useful information that isn't from a major outlet on Google anymore, ever. Unfortunately. I don't think anyone uses Google really to search for that much information. I use it mostly for just search for the specific image. Like, I'm like, I need an image for the thumbnail on this one. I'll Google it, stuff like that. I use it to find image sources. I do, but maybe there's something better for that. I don't know. I'm just stuck in old patterns. Anyway, the point that I'm making is that algo speak is a real issue, and there needs to be something done. Like, I want the EU, who has been very good in a lot of instances. I want the EU to just go, stop. You're not allowed to do this. You have to be fairness and stuff like that in the algorithm or whatever. Like, there's things we can do to mitigate it. But I fear that if we keep walking down this road, we're going to sanitize the entire web. The entire web. In some ways, I am happy that Elon Musk is such a fucking retard that he completely destroyed Twitter. In some ways, I am. Because we get to see what more or less unfeathered and libertarian ideas, how they work online. They don't work. We need safeguards. We need rules. We need regulation on this. Elon Musk is such a wild card. He's such a loose cannon. And such a Nazi sympathizer. Who, by the way, 600 days of the war, not a peep on Russian aggression. Not a peep on Russian genocidal behavior from Elon Musk. Not a peep. Lots of criticism of Ukraine. Not a peep on Russia. I wonder why. I wonder why. But yeah. He has direct connections with the Russian State Department. It wouldn't surprise me if he's talked with Putin himself. At all. It wouldn't surprise me. It's going to be interesting. His kids are going to be... they're going to need that money for mental health. It wouldn't surprise me if we, in the future, find Musk living in Russia. Now, he's blaming Jews for everything these days, I'm sure. He is a Nazi. It's just, why else would he do the things he does unless he sympathizes with Nazis? And who can blame him? Where did he grow up? Who was his parents? Who was his grandparents? There was recently, I believe in the recent book that came out, revelation about his reporting on his grandfather on his mother's side being part of like a Nazi organization and moving to South Africa just because they are apartheid. That's the reasoning to move to South Africa. And when his own biography, I believe, or something, when he's talked about his When sympathetic people have reported on his childhood, they never mention the struggle of black people in South Africa. They talk about, oh, poor Elon, he was bullied in school and blah, blah, blah. He was a small boy among 14 siblings, and the other siblings would pick on him. And I'm like, but there are black people struggling. There are black people in the emerald mines that he is taking advantage of, but they're not reporting on that. So, but yeah, I fear, and I've talked about rumblings about writing a book, a novel, or at least a short story before. And I feel like 2084, like using algo speak instead of newspeak, I think that could be an interesting idea for a book, honestly. I just need to figure out, this need to rummage around in my head at the moment. How would a capitalist 1984 look like? I've written here and there, I've written, but again, I have no idea what you mean, these social laws. My focus has been lacking, to say the least. But I enjoy writing. I enjoy thinking about these alternative worlds and these alternative, And I do enjoy reading, but again, my ADHD has hindered me from doing that. So I feel like I am getting to a place where I can at least write a short story on this, and maybe that can be turned into something in the future. Who knows? But I'm going to attempt to write a short story on this. All the other things I want to do is stopping me. Yeah. Oh, the algorithms. Yeah, they are giving us pronouns. In some ways, actually, yeah, they are. In some ways, they are. I don't mind that aspect. Not all aspects of authoritarianism is bad. Which is, it's not all terrible. In some instances, it's needed. The military, you can't have a democratic vote on if you should attack that specific location or if you should attack this specific location. That's authoritarianism. You have a clear and obvious, known to everyone structure on how to behave and who is above you and who controls your life. Otherwise, you can never win a war again. So not all aspects of bad things are bad. In some instances, we do need it. Speaking of that, I have been... Ooh, have they replied? I've been in contact. Draft is bad, sure. I absolutely. We shouldn't have a
former
draft.
Speaker.
No, we shouldn't have a draft. Yes. Okay, I've been in contact with a writer. I wanted to interview him. I wanted to read a book about workplace democracy that he's written. Bo Rothsten. Because I've never heard of this book before. It's called Tillsammans, Together, : something. And it's like an anthology, or not anthology. It's a is it called an anthology when multiple writers come together to write their own chapters? It's apparently a good book, but he's coming up with a new book this month that I'm gonna buy and I'm gonna read, and so I am happy that I'm finally finding things on workplace democracies that aren't random studies in Italy or this one sawdust mill in Canada, I believe, or no, Vermont it was, that they study, and all that is good, but it's too not incoherent. It's too fragmented to make something cohesive. So I'm looking forward to reading the book. That's hopefully going to give me some insights into this. Because again, we have democracy, and democracy when it comes to nations, democratic nations, in every aspect that you can measure, maybe apart from war, is better than any other type of governance. So why relinquish it to just nations? It makes no sense to me. I think, Socialist, that it's not worse than that, but it's more. It's the same with tsunamis, I believe. Once we put up satellites in space to measure these things, we realized, oh, this is a daily occurrence. Oh, damn. We didn't see it. But once we measured it regularly and we saw trends, we could see that, it's actually quite common. So I don't think, if you're making a reference to global warming there, I don't think necessarily that they are connected. Maybe the intensifying aspects might happens, but I think it's more common that we are really aware of. Think about it. We see more tsunamis and hurricanes once we have excavated the earth, once we have leveled the earth, removed trees, built corridors like New York, corridors with roads. Once we did that, we started to see an increase in these weather events affecting us more. Because those things, I hate those things. I always stumble upon those, between those and things, whatever. Those aspects of land helped stave off the elements more. So I think if we're looking at the ocean, I don't see many trees out there, so I can understand there being more hurricanes and more tsunamis over there. I don't know. Seems kind of logical to me. We have three things we can do. We have 4 things we can do. Either we can continue on my Dore hating. We're going to do that later either way. We can look at the next Debate Bro, anti-Debate Bro video. I've already watched it, but I have some ideas and thoughts on it. We can look at Candace Owens saying, "Fuck Ukraine." Or we can look at Russell Brand saying, "Ukraine can't win." Take your pick. Dore, Candace, Debate, or Russell. Those are the four choices. I don't think Ukraine can win. Screen Dream, really? Socialist, I'm sorry. We're going with Brand. Scream Dream, you got your way. I haven't watched this. However, there's a twist. Because it's not just Russell Brand. It's also Sabby Sabs. Let's give my aspect of this prior to the video. Russia has a ton of old. Okay, I can see some doomerism. I don't think the war is won. I don't think it's a done deal for Ukraine. It's not a done deal for Russia. It is still very much up in the air of who will win. And it's very much up in the air of what does winning mean. So let's first define winning. To me, a win for Ukraine. That's good to hear, screen. A win for Ukraine is, but you do think it's basically, oh my God, that's doomerism. A win for Ukraine is freedom, safety, and democracy. What do we define as Ukraine? That's going to be up to them. When they say, you know what, we can't. This is a stalemate. Let's just say that those areas, Crimea, the Donbass, Zaporozhye, whatever, they're lost. Russia can have them. We can't do more. They've already genocided 90% of the people there. They've already removed all the kids to Russia. Their identity, their sense of Ukrainianism, if we can speak of that, is gone completely. So we need to just say we've lost here and join NATO right here, right now. The end. I think I still count that as a win. But I understand why people don't feel that is a win, considering how we talk about Ukraine versus Russia today. I think Russia will walk away with most of the territory they currently hold, and Ukraine won't join NATO. You're wrong. The last part, absolutely wrong about that. We can always go back, socialists, and say we should have done X, we shouldn't have done Y. And I agree. Obama was incredibly meek. Oh my God. But speaking of meek Obama, when you brought it up, I have to. I did not expect this kind of doomering from you guys. Okay. Where is it? Did I... Oh, by the way, guess who is in Russia at the moment? Jackson Hinkle. Let's hope he stays away from Windows, okay? Or not, or not. Oh, here. First of all, before we do anything, I just want to show you guys the mental disconnect that is present in Brianna Joy Gray's Bad Faith podcast. Hey, Blaze. Thank you. Thank fucking God. A Polish person push the fucking Whopper button. Push the Article 5 button, Blaze. We have doomerism in the chat. The cognitive dissonance here is staggering.
Yeah. And I also think it means recognizing the moment, too, because people are making this argument that it's either Democrats or fascists. And I think that also goes back to,
no, this wasn't it.
We're not going to sit here.
Was this it? No. That wasn't it. Sorry about that. False alarm. I'm sorry. My bad. I replied to, what did I reply with? Okay, just see what people have liked. Either wrong. Oh, here we go. Sorry, it was Aaron Mate. I stand by the things I said about Brianna Joy Gray. No, I'm not thinking about. I'm thinking about this. I still stand by
because he was talking about
my statements about Brianna Joy Gray. She's a dumb fuck. And that video proves it, the video I had on screen. But absolutely the video with Kyle and Crystal. If anyone was on the fence, they can't be anymore. Here is the video I was thinking about.
want to make one point about the issue of regions in Ukraine.
It's quite low, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure the only region of Ukraine that did not vote in the majority for Zelensky was Western Ukraine, which is the Bandera heartland, the nationalist heartland, right? And why would they be the only region in Ukraine not to vote in the majority for Zelensky? Because he was talking about making peace. He was talking about, and I'm not saying he was sincere, but he was talking about making peace, ending the Donbass war.
Everybody forgets about that period. Yeah, it's such a key period. And you know, he's running against Viktor Medvedchuk.
Ooh, damn. It just spikes.
But he only got like 15, 20% because so much of the Russian speaking population thought if we could just get a consensus candidate like Zelensky, we could finally get this done.
Oh, sorry.
I want to make one point.
And thought if we could just get a consensus candidate like Zelensky, we could finally get this done and end this nightmare. And the U.S. and some of the kind of Soros Open Society-backed NGOs in Kiev were initially kind of critical or hostile to Zelensky until he began to turn, giving up on Minsk, caving to the neo-Nazis. I remember talking to a legislator from Crimea. He was Russian, and he said, everybody in Crimea is pulling for Zelensky. He's our last hope. Yep. We really are hoping Zelensky succeeds. And it's just so crazy to think back on that.
So, what they're doing here, they're missing a critical element. Russian aggression. If you ignore Russian aggression against Zelensky, against Ukraine, of course it looks weird. Of course it looks like they are being duplicitous. But if you factor that in, of course, the gray zone won't do that. But if you do factor it in, it makes a whole lot more sense. So they are so close, and they are paid not to understand it. But they are so close to getting it. Their audience, at least. Zelensky ran on peace. And he delivered in the Donbass region by reducing pretty much all shelling to nothing. He went to Russia to sit down with Putin. But of course, he's not going to just lay back and allow Russia to roll over them. Of course, he's going to ask for help to rebuild their military so they don't repeat the same issue. Of course, he's going to try to find a solution, a peaceful solution to what had already become a stalemate conflict. And everyone agrees to this. It was already a stalemate. So he was probably willing to give up Crimea and give the Donbass some autonomous ruling in order to create a lasting peace. But he was not willing to give up NATO membership, probably. To them, that's aggression. You know? But anyway, so I just want to show... Why did I show that? I had some... I just wanted to show their cognitive dissonance. So we have it on the record here. As we go into NATO... Goddamn socialist. Russia was on its way to become a NATO member. Russia applied for membership. I believe Putin himself applied for membership. Yeah. Here. They wanted to be in NATO. It was never granted. But my point is that Russia, Putin, doesn't see NATO membership as aggression. He knows it's not aggression. He uses it as a svepskäl, just justification for. No, he doesn't. Not actually. That's the point. NATO isn't aggressing on Russia. Just because you apply for membership doesn't mean you are going to attack NATO. It just means you have security, or attack Russia. It means you have security from Russia. He says he does. Can you really trust a KGB officer with anything he says ever? And Russia is hostile to NATO. Of course NATO is going to respond with hostilities. Of course NATO is going to respond with building up their military. But look at prior to Ukraine invasion. Look at the spending, the military spending of NATO allies. Graph. Here. This is up to 16 here. It's not that US was going down. Of course, that's the wars in overseas, you know, I believe pulling out of Iraq, perhaps something like that. But still, it's not like most of them aren't even hitting the 2% target here. But then we see here in 14, Poland goes, why? Because Russia invaded Ukraine. What is this? Greece went down in 2009. Why? Because there's not that much hostility towards Greece anymore. So you have them lowering and lowering and lowering. Which nation that is allied with Russia specifically now, because sure, you can say Iraq, you can say Afghanistan, but that is allied with Russia or China have NATO nations, not NATO itself. Maybe. Didn't US invoke Article 5 to invade Iraq? Or maybe Afghanistan, I don't remember which. But none of these are allies of Russia. It was Libya. Okay. And Libya... So I'm not saying that NATO is always correct. Of course they're not. What I'm saying is France didn't invade Libya, did they? Didn't France go, we're not doing that? Syria is an ally. But you know what? I'm fine with that because I like the Kurdish people. They deserve their own country. Absolutely they do. I don't like NATO in all aspects of all wars that they've done. What I'm saying is the reason Ukraine wants to join NATO is due to Russian aggression. Period. The Russians and the Vatniks will claim that the US toppled the Ukrainian president in 2014. No, they didn't. That was the people doing it. Obama urged the people to take the fucking deal that was on the table from the president. And the people said, fuck you, we want more. We want democracy. And then Russia invaded their country. And you know what? If Russia had just kept the stalemate, hadn't relinquished any land or not continued encroaching, just kept the stalemate, Ukraine couldn't have joined NATO. Because you can't join NATO if you have disputed territory. So why did he invade Ukraine? It's not because they wanted to join NATO. They couldn't join NATO. It was impossible for them to join NATO over this disputed territory. So why did he invade? because he believed, because Gherkin admitted, oh my God, I have to actually go there. Gherkin admits Western Ukraine. Here. Russian who brought war to Donbass admits it has turned into a... No, that's... I want to hear him. Here. Russia's Igor Strelkov. I am responsible for war in eastern Ukraine. Russia is responsible for the war in eastern Ukraine. He admitted on tape in a video that he is the reason why Crimea is occupied. He went in there, he said, and he put a gun to the official's head and said, vote the way I want you to vote. It is all Russian encroachment. It's all Russian nationalism. It is all Russian imperialism. And at the moment, that means that NATO is a good thing for Ukraine. It is not an attack on Russia. It is a safeguard for Ukraine. Being a member of NATO does not mean you have to have military troops, U.S. military troops in your country. It doesn't mean you have to have military bases, U.S. military bases in your country. It doesn't mean you have to have nukes in your country. What happened in 1994, the Budapest Memorandum was signed by 3 parties, I believe. Ukraine, the US, and Russia. And the Budapest Memorandum was about nuclear arms. Russia and US said, you have nuclear arms. You have Soviet nuclear arms. We are kind of worried about that. We don't trust you really. So can you please freely give up your nuclear arms? And we will safeguard your territorial integrity. We will guarantee the 1991 borders if you freely give up your nuclear arms. And Ukraine said, that sounds like a good deal. Have at it. Come and take them. We don't want them. What will happen if we're getting to scream dude, we're getting to that. So, what happens if we, when I say we, I mean the West, because sure, this is a US signed agreement, but I feel some brotherhood, might I add, not just to America, but to Ukraine as well on this. What happens if we just let Russia take over Ukraine and we let this memorandum, this agreement just fall, just dissolve under the weight of the Russian boot? What happens? Next time we go to another nuclear power, say North Korea in 50 years when they fall because they have no more, or you know what, Russia falls and gets balkanized into 50 different states. And they have nuclear arms all over those. What happens then? We go, we don't really trust your nuclear arms. Can you please give them up? And they go, like Ukraine did? What happened to them? Where were you when Ukraine was attacked? Sure, by us. But why should we trust you that you're going to safeguard us if you didn't safeguard them? That's why I want the strongest safeguarding of Ukraine at the moment, to be able to go around the world, to be able to tell other developing nations that wants to have safeguards from and give up some of their stronger nuclear arms, perhaps, to do it freely under the safeguarding of us. That is what I want. That's why I am partially so fucking gung-ho on arming Ukraine to fight off the Russians. They might not get balkanized. I'm just saying. It's possible. It is possible. It's not out of the question, but I don't think it's likely in any time soon. But if Putin gets toppled, China is absolutely gonna come in from the east and take over some. However, that's not what that's just speculation, future speculation. On the NATO promise, not 1 inch eastward, which would be the most idiotic promise there ever was. If you ever made that promise. I don't either see a nuclear power getting invaded. That's my point. Why would you give up your nuclear arms? Because I don't think balkanization, if it's going to come to Russia, it's going to come from an outside source, is my point. It's going to come from within. Because they're so large. The eastern parts and the western parts are two completely different nationalities, actually. Like, you can't... Someone from Moscow and someone from Siberia do not have a shared culture at all. So once the Russian state falls, the nation is going to get balkanized by itself. And yeah, I said China's going to come in because China's already, there's a map where China's like, this part of Russia, that's our part, you know? They have territorial disputes a long time over the eastern parts of Russia. China wants those areas absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind that Russia and China are not friends due to a shared ideology. They are friends due to convenience and need. Okay, I don't want to debate the balkanization because that's just speculation either way from any part. We don't know what would happen if the Russian state would fall. And that is kind of scary because I do think that is a strong possibility because when strong men fall, they take the country with them usually, unless another strong man takes over. But then they are probably usually more aggressive, and I don't like that. So there are issues with what happens when Putin loses his power, when either by natural causes, due to his own death, or someone introduces him to a very high up window. You know. Anyway. Not 1 inch eastward is a lie. It is a Russian propagandist lie. Can I not just get a... What is this? Horrible. What is his name? The Russian president, Gorbachev. Mm-hmm. U.S. Secretary of State James Baker, famous not 1 inch eastward assurance about NATO expansion in his meeting with Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev on February 9th, 1990, was part of a cascade of assurances about Soviet security given by Western leaders to Gorbachev and other Soviet officials throughout the process of German unification in 1990 and on into 1991, according to declassified US, Soviet, German, British, and French documents posted, blah, 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 blah. However, this was just in talks. You see here? This is all you have. It is a minute. Oh, sorry. It is written in a minute from the meetings. It is not a signed document. There was never a guarantee about it. It was proposed, but it was shut down. Even Gorbachev. Here, Harvard Law. There was no promise not to enlarge NATO. Robert Suoliti, the US diplomat who helped negotiate the end of the Cold War, says Vladimir Putin's claim, blah, blah. And we have Gorbachev. I was in those meetings, and Gorbachev has also said there was no promise not to enlarge NATO. Soviet Foreign Minister Eduardo blah, blah, later president of Georgia, concurred, he says, nor does the treaty on Germany's unification include a limit on NATO enlargement. Those facts have undermined one of President Vladimir Putin's justifications for invading Ukraine. Why? And also, maps. Can I not? Okay. Sure. Here. I don't know what this is. Whatever. Here. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Poland. Why wasn't this a trigger? Why wasn't these encroachments eastward by NATO a trigger? Why Ukraine, specifically? These are closer to St. Petersburg and Moscow because of the Azov gap. But again, show me the paper. Show me the signed agreement. Because again, I have a signed agreement of security assurances for Ukraine from Russia that Russia broke. But I have no such agreement that NATO promised not to move 1 inch eastward. I have words, I have a proposal, but I have no signed agreement on it. If you want something to stick, you need a signed agreement. Of course you do. Russia. When Gorbachev himself says, that's a Brookings. I know you're not going to trust that. How Gorbachev was misled. Is there a video on this? But also, okay, they made those assurances. Sure, let's say Russia trusted them. Let's say Russia believed that. How would Putin wanting to join NATO not be an encroachment eastward by NATO? How would that not break? Why would Putin think, oh, you know what, we should join NATO if he believes that NATO promised not to move eastward? How? I don't understand how you can get to this, how you can think this. Then it would be irrelevant because NATO could no longer conceivably pose a threat to Russia. Would be a threat to China, though. So it's all just Russia. That's all we should just care what Russia thinks. We shouldn't care what the people in the nations who wants to be part of NATO thinks. This should all be, if it's in the head canon of Putin, then that's fine. If it's not, if he opposes it, then we have to follow it. No, they said to Russia, and Russia joining is east. So he wanted Russia to join. He wanted NATO to break their promise to Russia because it would favor him. But once it favors others, now we have to abide by this verbal promise that was given by one diplomat in one meeting that is written in one paper that nobody signed and nobody believed, apparently. We have to abide by that now. No, it makes no sense why a defense treaty would need or hamper themselves like that. Why would they do that? Why would NATO allow an outside force to dictate their own memberships and their internal structures? Like, why would they allow that? But not if you pose a threat to other nations? Would Japan not be allowed to join NATO then? Let's take BRICS, for example. It's gonna fail, I believe. There are 5 nations who do not get along, do not have an ideological agreement in the least. But let's assume it works. Let's assume they even expand it to become something like NATO. They have an agreement there where and Mexico joins. Cuba joins. Canada joins. Finland joins. Let's say Finland joins. I don't care. As long as it's defensive, as long as they don't threaten, as long as you do not use it to attack your opponents, I don't care. Don't aim your nukes at us. Don't put your nukes on our borders. Sure, I completely understand that. But I don't think that's happening. Nukes in Europe. Here are the nukes in Europe, the nuclear sites. They are in the center of Europe. Now, one good reasons why we're not attacking Russia ever is because of all the nukes. Like you said, who would attack a nuclear power? I agree. But you know how they solved that? Oh, sorry. That wasn't my intention. How did they solve that nuclear threat? Those nuclear threats. What did they do? They de-escalated. That's what solved the Cuban nuclear crisis. U.S. said, how can they trust us? And this was before the U.S. become completely bonkers. How can the Cuban people trust us to abide by, to de-escalate if we don't do it first? So they did. The U.S. de-escalated and Cuba followed. I'm saying, of course, they did a lot of things, a lot of bad things even. I'm not saying I'm not defending America here. I am explaining why Russia is wrong. I'm explaining why the U.S. is wrong to be, because again, I don't put nukes on the borders. I completely understand that. Completely. Nukes on the border is a threat. Sure. Membership in NATO, which guarantees help during an invasion of your nation, is good. I don't care if Cuba or Mexico or Canada joins a treaty with Russia, because America is so gung-ho on fucking over the people of their neighboring states. I don't care if they do that. That's not escalation unless you put nukes on the border. Because nukes do not care about lines in the sand. But they don't, is my point, Scream Dream. They haven't. Why isn't there nukes in the Baltic states? If we can just put nukes on the border of Russia, because we can, why haven't we? Or they? Why isn't there nukes on the border there? Because they don't want them there. They don't want to escalate war with another nuclear power. Who would in their right mind attack another nuclear power? They are right next to here. But again, there's no nukes. You can scream about, oh, but nukes, but there are no nukes there. If you know what? If Russia said, we will allow you to join NATO under one simple condition. No fucking nukes. You abide by the 1994 Budapest Memorandum to relinquish your nukes and to be denuclearized. And we will accept you, NATO. We will allow you. We won't aggress against you. We will relinquish the Donbass region, whatever. We will remove our soldiers from your land if you sign this agreement. But if you do that, if you break that, then we will consider that we will nuke you before you have the nukes yourself. I would say, take the fucking deal. Do it. I would allow Russia to threaten nukes if they start building nuclear silos. Sure. Because that is, I agree, a threat against Russia. But they haven't, and I don't believe they will. Otherwise, there would be nukes in the Baltic states. You can say, oh, they're not as important. They're clearly not as important as Germany or Italy or Netherlands or Belgium. I would say they're more important than that if you want to threaten Russia, which apparently they don't. Right? God. Screen Dream, seriously, I am disappointed in you. And I understand you are disappointed in me apparently, but no. I'm sorry, this is not... this is Russian propaganda that you're spreading, I'm afraid. It is... European planes going through eastern Ukraine make it the most crucial border. European planes going through? I think you mean airplanes going through the eastern Ukraine. The 1 inch eastwards. That was never agreed upon. That was proposed, but it was never agreed upon. It was never signed. It was never abided by. So why would they start abiding by it now? Because Putin decided it was important. But also, okay, let's look at Putin's justification for the war. Putin... you've seen this. Putin looking at an old map of Russia and saying, oh, look here. There is no Ukraine here. That's why it is ours. But I believe I can hardly see it. Is this the same map? But I believe the Western Russia is part of Sweden in this map. It's hard to tell. That's Finland. I'll see what it says here. It's hard to tell. But I believe Sweden is... Western Russia in this map is part of Sweden. So if he wants to do this, okay, then we can go in there and take over Western Russia, apparently. European planes, the massive flatland that have been a weak spot in Russian defense in all of history. Okay. They have nukes. They have nukes. How you can quite easily defend yourself against on a weak spot. It's quite easy to defend yourself if you have nukes. And Russia wouldn't hesitate to use those nukes at all, if need be. And I'm not saying Russia should give up their nukes. But Ukraine did, under assurances from Russia, that they would have sovereignty and borders would be respected. The 1991 borders would be respected. Russia gave those assurances. And now they want to renege on them. Because Russia is imperialistic. Here, let's look at how Russia treats the citizens in eastern Ukraine, okay? Because apparently they claim these citizens. Look here. Here comes some people walking over a crosswalk. Oh, and a Russian tank just... Who cares? Haha! They're probably laughing. They are absolute. And what happens? People just drive around. Because they don't... This is so normal to them. They do not care. Like this woman. This woman saw what happened. She just keeps walking. And look at the truck as it drives here. Look at this truck here. How it aims at them. It doesn't try to drive around them. It takes aim at them. This is Russian soldiers. This is the Russian mentality at the moment. We can see here... let's see. Does he have something of him? No. I'm trying to find here. Nah. The news show, the official news, not official, official state channels, their shows are completely just bloodthirsty propaganda in Russia. They do not care. Their only goal is to to Russians, Russian propaganda, Ukraine isn't a country. It's an idea that needs to be eradicated. Russia do not believe Ukraine should exist. They believe it's an affront to them as people. They don't care. It's not about NATO. It's about imperialism. The start of this invasion in 2022, not in 2014, which obviously is the start of an invasion. But in 2022, when they started marching on Kyiv, they didn't really have a strategy. They just started marching. Why? Because Putin had been told by Gherkin, among others, Shogun, perhaps even, I believe. He was told that the Ukrainian spirit has been weakened and that taking over Ukraine would be an easy cakewalk. Just put in a few hundred men. It's a 3-day operation. No problem. Just walk into Kyiv and the Western mentality will erode from them and they will submit themselves to Russian rule. And he would probably be right in some instances, in most instances even, in history. But not here. The Ukrainian people were like, fuck you, bro. We want our liberty. We fought for this liberty. We're going to keep it. And that's why they fought back so fucking much. They were surrounded in Kiev. They were completely surrounded. And they fought off the Russians because they had bad equipment. They didn't send in their best. Why didn't they take over Ukraine in the last 30 years? In the last 30 years? Well, we can look here. Let's see here. Here are all the presidents. First of all, I don't think we can look at the early days because again we have Gorbachev. We had more of a liberalization of Russia. When did Putin get in power? Putin first term 1999. So I think prior to 1999, I don't think we can really look at this from the modern perspective. You know. Why haven't they taken any of the former Soviet territory? Well, they do constantly. We have Belarus, which thoughts and prayers, I guess, to the president there. Then we have the Chechnya. All of they haven't taken over the countries. They haven't incorporated them into Russia proper. Chechnya is with Russia. But so, Screen Dream, you are Swedish, right? Oh, he's in a coma, socialist. He's in a coma. Thoughts and prayer. Thoughts and prayers. To the coma, by the way. Not him. Chechnya... Oh, Blaze, you're Swedish. I'm Screen Dream. You're Swedish, aren't you? What's his name? Okay, let's go to Chechnya. We're going to see here imperial rule, Soviet rule, Chechen war, post-war reconstruction. So first of all, they were part of the Soviet Union. They wanted to break free from the Soviet Union. I find that perfectly acceptable. To wanting to break free. That's like saying India. What India did against what country would tolerate what India did against the British? Everyone? No country would tolerate. Every person should tolerate it for sure. So they were fighting against Russians. But then, let's see here. What happened? When did they start occupying? It was early 2000s. Yeah, of course. In October 2002, rebels seized a Moscow theater and took over 9 civilian hostages. That's not what I wanted. They occupied school. Is it here? The war, right? It wasn't Yeltsin even who attacked, and Putin led the attack or something. Putin led attack against Chechnya. Chechen separatists, although no Chechen field commander or otherwise took responsibility for the attacks. Several historians and political commentators hold the view that the successful bombings were coordinated by Russian state security services to help bring the then Prime Minister Vladimir Putin into the presidency. Isn't there a countries all over the world have regions that want to break free. I don't think most of them would tolerate. When you are being occupied, which Chechnya absolutely was by the Soviet Union. I don't know how you can argue elsewise. When you're being occupied, you have the moral authority to fight back. For sure. Political tensions were fueled in part by allegedly Chechen and pro-Chechen territories and criminal activities in Russia, as well as by border clashes. On 16 November 1996, in Dagestan, a bomb destroyed an apartment building housing Russian border guards, killing 68 people. The cause of the blast was never determined, but many in Russia blame Chechen separatists. 3 people died on 23 of April 1997 when a bomb exploded in the Russian railway station of Armavir, whatever, and 2 blah blah, and blah blah blah. The 1997 election brought to power the separatist president Asian Maskadov. In 98 and 99, President Maskadov survived several assassination attempts. I don't care if Russia doesn't like them wanting to break free. I don't care. Why would I care about that? I'm talking about moral. I'm not talking about what nation would allow it. Imagine if Sweden did this. Imagine if Ireland. Would you talk the same way about Irish independence from the British? We can drop cannabis on Kremlin. I want to do that. Absolutely. We can drop a smoke bomb on the Kremlin. Would you really say that what the Irish separatists did was bad because the British controlled Ireland? Really? If a bloodthirsty, imperialist nation is currently occupying your territory, you have the entire moral authority granted by God to fight back. Absolutely. I don't care what the occupying nation thinks. But again, once they got their independence, as they have the moral authority to do, the president had several assassination attempts at them, blamed on the Russian intelligence services. In March 99, General Gennady blah blah, the Kremlin envoy to Chechnya, was kidnapped at the airport. Oh, damn. In Grozny, and you ultimately found dead in 2000 during the war. On 7th of March 1999, in response to the abduction of General Spigun, Interior Minister Stapashin called for the invasion of Chechnya. However, Stapashin's plan was overridden by the Prime Minister Yevgeny Primakov. According to Robert Bruce, blah blah. I'm saying practically any country will be considered imperialist if the definition is they have regions that want to break free. No, not really. I don't think I'd call Spain today. Well, maybe. Considering their land in Africa, maybe. Imperialism is a broad concept, and to some extent, yes, if you want to break free and you don't, there is. The issue becomes there is a history here of freedom that they are not allowed themselves. And also, I don't care really about the label. It's not the label that I am. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I wanted to get to. And I think that Spain should grant them a vote on it, and probably some form of... I am more of a syndicalist than I am anything else. I think Spain should absolutely grant them a vote on independence. I don't know if their independence would be a separate country necessarily, but I think there should be some. If they feel like they are occupied, if they experience that they are being suppressed by the state, I think that is a good enough reason to grant some autonomy to that region, for sure. In most cases. In some cases, yeah, you can make a case by case basis, naturally. But Chechnya were they invaded by the Soviet Union? It goes back to Peter the Great. It goes back to Peter the Great. What imperialists do that I don't think, which I think separates them from from non-imperialists, is the idea of identity. Forcing an identity on another people is what makes... Occupying itself, yes, that is imperialism. You're siphoning resources away from that region, most times, to central regions, to Russia proper, Soviet proper, whatever. That is the reason for you wanting to occupy them. Why else would you occupy them? If they have nothing to offer you at home, what is the point of occupying them? In a perfect world, every region would be autonomous, but the world is ruled by rivaling superpowers with vested interest in protecting their territories vis-a-vis each other. Absolutely. And I am perfectly happy to help people wanting to break free from an occupying force, from being denied their own identity, from being denied self-expression, from authoritarianism. I am perfectly happy. Any region in an authoritarian nation or country or whatever, within an authoritarian region, I am perfectly happy to help them to break free. They have the moral authority there for me to grant them that, or to do that. However, here is what I want you to look at. It is in Swedish. We don't have anything to do with these murders on people in European countries. Oh, really? Vladimir Putin said that. Really? Don't you? This guy is a Chechnyan freedom fighter. Freedom fighter might be well, you know what? I grant him that. He has been attacked in Sweden for writing negative things about Putin, for saying Putin is a dictator. He's being persecuted for saying Chechnya should be free. He has been targeted by Russian assassins. I don't think anyone living under Russian rule should be forced to do that if this is how they treat people who are critical of that rule. Ones who don't live within his own borders anymore. Scream Dream. If Russia targets people, how many assassinations don't Russia do yearly around the world? In the UK, in Sweden, assassination attempts. Russia fucking infiltrated SAPO. Security police. They infiltrated SAPO. I need to do a story on this guy, apparently. What is his name? Maybe they showed the...
Kränkningar av mänskliga rättigheter.
Can I get an image? Or, sorry, an English... there we go. Video, perhaps? So the other people than the Swedish-speaking ones can't understand it. Attacked in Gävle.
Tumso Abdurrahmanov is an online sensation, but offline he fears for his life. The popular blogger from Chechnya has been living in exile in Poland for the last 3 years. He's terrified of what will happen if he's forced
In Poland? Okay.
to return home.
He's lived in Sweden.
To be back in Chechnya, just the very thought of being deported to Russia, it's something I try to not even think about.
In August, one of his YouTube videos got 2 million views. In it, he's allegedly threatened by one of the most feared men in Chechnya, the Speaker of Parliament, Magomed Davdov. Ramzan Kadyrov is the Chechen leader. He is revered by supporters and feared by
Oh, sorry, that's the guy in coma, not the Belarusian guy. This is the guy in coma. I'm sorry.
opponents. They say he's
Thoughts and
notorious for running a
to the
brutal
coma.
regime which rules through corruption, torture, and murder. Abdurrahmanov fled to Poland after he says he was threatened by the leader's cousin.
He told me, let us meet up next time and I will take you to Ramzan Kadyrov. And if he tells me to kill you, I will kill you. If he tells me to put you in jail, I will put you in jail. And if he tells me to let you go, I will let you go.
He's been hoping to receive asylum in Poland ever since, without success. Kadyrov and his security forces have warned asylum seekers they will pay for their criticism if they return.
In Chechnya, fear rules. People fear the authorities, they fear each other. People start to fear everything. The state of affairs is practically the same as maybe in Germany during Hitler's time or in Russia during Stalin's time.
The Chechen government accused Abdurrahmanov of involvement with ISIL in Syria. Stamps on his passport prove otherwise, he says. And now security concerns in Europe are complicating the status of Chechens who fled. The Polish government says 3,100 people filed for asylum in the first 9 months of the year. About 2,000 of them were Russians, mainly from the Chechen Republic. Only 63 were granted asylum. For many Chechens, it's a matter of life and death.
I've been getting messages about this. There have already been deportations in Brandenburg, Germany. Many are worried. They're calling in to see if it's true. They're really scared right now.
Abdurrahmanov has managed to hide from Chechen security forces, but he doesn't know for how much longer.
And he has
Katia Lopez-Odoyan, Al Jazeera.
So, Screen Dream, you say Russia acts like any superpower. I do not agree with that at all. Not at all. I'm not saying America is the beacon on the hill that we should look at. But compared to Russia, the difference between Russia and America is that you can criticize the president in America. You have an open discussion about policies and about actions the American takes. If Russia was as powerful as America, which is miles ahead in power, I don't think it's close. This war is proven. It's not even close in their power strength. If Russia was as powerful, we would live under Russian occupation. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I think the world as a whole would be a much, much, much darker place if Russia had the same... If Russia and America switched their power structures, the world would be a much, much darker place. Without a doubt. You can see how, for all the faults America do, and they are plentiful, Biden, we're going to give some credit to liberals, conservatives even. I would consider Biden a conservative rather than a liberal. But he's like a left wing or a more liberal conservative. Yeah. No, I'm not denying that, Scream Dream. There's nobody is denying American atrocities around the world. How many civilians didn't die? Okay, let's run down the list. Let's do the American bad list. All of South America, America's problem, America's fault, absolutely. Central America as well. We have all of the Middle East, America's fault. Sure. I'll grant you that. Maybe Africa. I'm not sure. Maybe at least parts of Africa. But I'm going to blame British people there more. The Belgians as well. We have murders of civilians. Drones dropping bombs on weddings without murdering kids. Murdering American civilians on foreign soil. That's fun. Occupying parts of... And again, here it comes. Occupying parts of... the world, including, I would say, Panama, what's called, Puerto Rico, and Cuba. America is absolutely occupying those territories, for sure. Unless you grant them statehood, unless you grant them some more rights, they shouldn't have to move to the mainland in order to be considered full Americans. You know what? DC is also occupied. Indian Americans occupied. Absolutely. They have been granted some rights, which are good. And I don't think any Indian, and I'm saying Indian here because that is usually what they themselves refer to themselves as. Okay? Just to be clear here. There's a CPG Grey video on it if you want to question this. So I'm going to continue to say American Indian. They are absolutely occupied. They were granted some rights, but then the Americans or the state we're sorry, we need this land. There were resources on it, and you can only have land that's not resource plentiful, okay? So there's no reason for me to be loyal to them. I'm not telling you to be loyal. I'm not loyal to America. I'm not loyal to NATO. I am saying that at this moment in time, Russia is worse for Ukraine than NATO is, than the EU is, than America is, than capitalism is. And that's why we should oppose Russian aggression here. You're gonna have to, I'm afraid. And I'm sorry. I'm in favor. I've been in favor of NATO membership for 10 years now, actually, since Russia invaded Ukraine the first time. I've been in favor of it. But my point with America bad, because I can admit to all of that, and then I look at Biden, and I go, but he actually gave insurances to a fucking socialist about his ascension to power. In some ways, I'm afraid, yes. In some ways. But you know what? I opposed America's aggression against Libya. I can keep both ideas in my head. It's a case-by-case basis. America didn't attack here in Ukraine. Russia did. America wants to protect Ukraine because they have an agreement and they are allies. Economic allies, but still allies. Ukraine wants liberty. Ukraine looks at us and goes, we want that. We want what you have. Russia offers us a bad deal. We want that. And are you really going to sit there and go, you can't have it. Libya didn't get it, so you can't have it. We don't spread democracy. Spread democracy as if it... We don't spread democracy at gunpoint, okay? Democracy needs to come from within. The UK, the US, Western at large have been horrible for a lot of people around the world. Doesn't this just become a national issue rather than an objective moral issue? Can it be both? Why can't it be both? I don't like authoritarianism. Okay, call me crazy. That's a hot take. I don't like authoritarianism. I like liberty. I like freedom. I like democracy. I think democracy is the best way to bring about happiness, to bring about freedom to people. Ukraine having a budding democracy, having a strong democratic urge should be encouraged, should be... Yes, I do. What do you mean? Of course I do. Like I said, I don't care if Mexico, Cuba have a peace agreement with Russia for safety assurances against America. Of course they become more authoritarian since the war. It's war! If we are at war, if Russia invades us tomorrow, it's not going to take long until we are less democratic and more authoritarian. Of course, Ukraine isn't going to allow newspapers to spread Russian propaganda. Isn't going to allow a church that is actively rooting for the murder of Ukrainians to stay open. But the church said, you know what? We're going to emerge as the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. They banned parties who wanted Russia to invade, who supported the Russian invasion. Of course they're not going to allow that. Why would you? Look at Russia. Look at Germany. You're not allowed to have open Nazi sympathies. I can understand, of course not just, but I can understand why you wouldn't allow that because of what happened, because of the implications of it. They suspended elections. Yes, absolutely. You know why? It's hard to do elections during a war. Zelensky recently came out and said, I want to hold elections next year. But we need help from the West. Because it's hard to do elections when people are in the trenches. So we need help, we need money, we need funds for this. We need observers to be able to go into the trenches. You know, stuff. It's hard to do during such a war. This is the first war between two modern powers. Previous wars has always been one mega power against like mud huts. It's easy to do elections during that time. But when you are not at war with such a nation, when you're at war with an equal footing, it's hard to do. Call me a doomer, but I doubt Ukraine will emerge more democratic after the war is over. I'm going to call you a doomer. Absolutely. I vehemently disagree with you. Are they going to be, I don't know, perfect social democracy? When I say perfect, I mean for a social democracy. Of course not. It's going to take time. But they had a popular uprising against authoritarian, an attempted authoritarian grab of power in 2013, which culminated in the ousting of that president, fleeing to Russia, and Russia invading just a few months later under the guise of you're attacking the Russian speakers in the East. They didn't have time to do that. They didn't have time to attack anyone there. It was made up. Or if they did, the leader who did that was supported by Putin. So I don't see how Ukraine... So they've had very, very short time to actually develop their democratic institutions. Hopefully, they do not sell out their entire country to massive corporations. I hope there's going to be more of a nationalization of institutions and stuff like that. The energy grids and public services, healthcare, what have you, you know. Euromaidan was mainly sparked by the government backing out of the EU trade deal from exactly. Thank fucking God. You have no idea how happy I am that you say that, Scream Dream, because that is true. Not only did they back out of an EU deal, the president favored a Russian deal. But the people and what he had promised the people, what he had ran on, was a deal with the EU, was moving more to the West. And the EU said, you're free to have deals with Russia. We're not going to stop you. We're not going to force you to only trade with us or have trade deals with us. You're free to have trade deals with Russia as well. Russia, however, said, you can only have a trade deal with us. And they bribed, they paid off the leader. They found his home afterwards. Museum of Corruption. Here, they found this home, or they not found, but they finally documented what was in this home and showed it to the world. And I remember these images coming out and how crazy it was. Because the image of Ukraine back then, it was not good. I don't know how old you are, Scream Dream, but it was not good. This was his home. This was where he lived. And it's the interior. There's no images of the interior? Okay. Here. This was where he lived. While his people were starving in the streets, you know? This is crazy. So they ousted him. And they uncovered this home. And they made it into a museum of corruption. Didn't EU end the deal though? The president wanted it, but then had to look to Russia for deals that knew. What is his name? Euromaidan. Was a demonstrations during uprising overview. The demonstration began on November 12 when protests erupted in the capital Kyiv after the Ukrainian government rejected draft laws that would allow the release of jailed opposition leader Yulia Tymoshenko. Right. This woman with the braids, right? Oh, she might not have braids anymore. Yeah, there's the braids. I remember that. That was crazy. This is a famous image of her. So she was jailed for being an opposition leader. And suspended preparations for signing the Ukraine-European Union Association Agreement with the European Union to seek closer economic relations with Russia. The reversal was preceded by a campaign of threats, insults, and preemptive trade restrictions from Russia. Russia put pressure, and Yanukovych caved and decided, you know, I like this because I am corrupt. He probably used the Ukrainian the deal with the European Union to put pressure on Putin to give him more. You know. Initial steps, stalling. President Viktor Yanukovych was removed from power by Ukraine. Problem. Okay, so then it was signed. On November 21st, 2013, this failed to pass any of the 6 motions on allowing the former prime minister to receive medical treatment abroad, which was an EU demand for signing the association agreement. They wanted her to get medical treatment. Okay, is this what it fell on? That he didn't want her to get medical treatment? Oh my God, the authoritarianism from the European Union. Oh, the demands, so unreasonable. The same week, Tymoshenko had stated that she was ready to ask the EU to drop the demand for her freedom if it meant President Viktor Yanukovych would sign the association agreement. She even said, you know what, fuck it. This is more important for the people. The same day, a Ukrainian government decree suspended preparations for signing of the association agreement. This was all from Yanukovych, who was is even a Putin puppet. The same day, a Ukrainian government decree, blah, blah, blah. Instead, it proposed the creation of a 3-way trade commission between Ukraine, the European Union, and Russia that would resolve the trade issue between the sides. Prime Minister Mykola Azarov issued the decree in order to ensure the national security of Ukraine and in consultation and in consideration of the possible ramification to trade, blah, 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 blah. If the agreement was signed, according to industry, production, and relations to the CS, European market. Otherwise, the country's economy will sustain serious damage. Some EU diplomats were more skeptical of the reasons put forward. Later on, 21st November 2013, the Russian presidential press secretary called the Ukrainian decree a strictly internal and sovereign decision of the country, and we think we have no right to comment on it. And stated that Russia was prepared to have a tripartite share by or involving 3 parties. Okay, tripartite. I've never seen that or heard it even. Negotiations with Ukraine and the EU on trade and economic issues. While at the same time, numerous Russian institutions started what was described as a campaign of threats, insults, and preemptive trade restrictions against Ukrainian businesses. Russia didn't want them to have trade agreements with the EU. The European Parliament's monitoring mission in Ukraine stated that there was still a possibility to sign the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement. The same day, Ukraine President Viktor Yanukovych stated an alternative for reforms in Ukraine, an alternative for European integration do not exist. We are walking along this path and are not changing direction. And then the Euromaidan started. Russia put pressure on them. Point is, okay, so we have the timeline here. I don't think we can really do these. I don't know if they are what they align themselves as. Nothing I put in there. Of course it's not. So he tried to liberalize, I'm guessing, Ukraine, but still wanted good ties. So Russia didn't invade. Kravchuk refused to retain the common armed forces and currency instead inside the Commonwealth of Independent States. Eurasia. Yeah. The Caucasus. 93. The Ukrainian parliament approved the statement. Ukraine advocates the creation of an all-embracing international system of universal and all-European security and considers participation therein a basic component of its national security. I wonder why. Ukraine and Russia argued over many issues, including how the Soviet Navy Black Sea Fleet should be divided. In May 1992, Russia's Supreme Soviet voted to declare the Soviet government 1954 grant of Crimea to Ukraine an illegal act. Ukraine opposed this decision. The status of the Russian Black Sea Fleet presence in Sevastopol and the Crimea was not resolved by 20-year lease agreement until 1997, 3 years after Kravchuk left office. We have here. In July 2020, Kravchuk was chosen to represent Ukraine in a trilateral contact group, a diplomatic resolution to the war in the Donbass region, being appointed to replace Leonid. Oh, okay. He maintained the position until February 2020 when Russia invaded. So why didn't Russia invade earlier? They didn't have a reason for it. Because they had still... But is it reason to invade that the relations between the nations are bad? Not to me. Putin. Nothing. Russia. Lots on Russia. And he was involved in that. With Russia endorsed the round of talk with the CIS. Additionally, he referred to Russia as an official language and signed a special partnership agreement with NATO and raised the possibility of membership of the alliance under Kuchma's leadership. The armed forces of Ukraine participated in the Iraq War. Why didn't they invade here? If 1 inch eastward was too much. After Kuchma's popularity at home and abroad sank, as being mirrored in corruption scandals, he turned to Russia as his new ally. I wonder where the corruption came from. Could it have been Russia? Could it have been? From late 1990s, he adopted a foreign policy which he described as multi-vector, reaching out to Russia, Europe, and the United States. Critics assessed the policy as maintaining both the West and Russia to the personal benefit of Kuchma and the Ukrainian oligarchs. Russia loves corruption. Yushchenko. Oh, right, him. In an interview with the French radio station Europe 1, March blah blah, Yushchenko stated that he supported the Euromaidan protest and opposed the Russian invasion of Crimea, noting that in his view, Putin dreams of reconstructing the Soviet Empire under the name of Russia. There's just so much I don't understand. I don't understand how you can look at all this and go, who cares? You know? Why does your Ukraine matter more? If you just go back to that, why does Ukraine matter more to me than Libya, and more to Europe than Libya, and more to the West in broadly than Libya? Because it's at our doorstep. Of course, it's gonna matter more. If I hear about murders up north in Sweden, or in Stockholm, or Malmö, or Göteborg, or whatever, I care. I want it to change. I don't like it, but it's not going to affect me, you know? Ukraine being at war with Russia, our seaborne neighbor, and that's affecting me personally. That's a worry for me. Because Russia, Putin, absolutely wants to occupy Gotland. Why don't we translate this website? Right, of course. No. Here. Putin talks about Swedish areas that have been taken back. What does he mean? In a clip, President Putin gives his view on Russia's history and its future. Reference to Sweden and statements about Swedish lands that Russia has taken back have been interpreted by some as threatening. And the clip has been seen millions of times on social media. But what is Putin actually referring to? And he's probably referring to the eastern parts. Not Gotland. Oh, I want to know about Gotland. I know he's threatened Gotland. That's not what I want. Oh. Of course. Of course. Safe to say, it doesn't matter. There's evidence out there. He's talked about Gotland. He's talked about wanting to invade it. He's talked about having it as his strategic position, because it's a very strategic position. He's talked about invading Gotland. Would you say, Scream Dream, would you go, because Russia's been there before. Who cares? You know? It's been, whatever. We have been in war with Russia 200 years. I doubt it. We haven't. And? Russia hasn't. I'm guessing you include Soviet Union in there and whatever, but Russia hasn't been whatever. I don't care. Putin doesn't care. If Ukraine was a cakewalk for him, let's assume we abandoned Ukraine because we're like, oh, that's actually Russian territory. We agree with Russia. We don't want to get involved with your territorial disputes there. If we did that. If we abandoned Ukraine, if Ukraine had just fallen, let's say Trump was still in office. Trump was talking about dissolving NATO. Do you really think Putin didn't love that talk? Do you really think Putin wouldn't have banked on invading neighboring nations, the Baltic states? Because it's history. They used to be part of the Soviet Union. They used to be heavily occupied, not just territorially, but mentally, by Russia. Is Russia more powerful now than You know what? I can't answer that, actually. I'm going to say no, because Soviet Union obviously was more powerful because they were an imperialist force. Of course. I'm not saying that NATO is good for every nation around the world. No shot. Go anywhere in the Middle East and ask about NATO. You're not going to get a good, positive answer. Ask anyone in South America. You're not going to get a good and positive answer. Maybe in Brazil. Maybe. But again, the difference is we can and we do, and we are openly allowed to criticize our leaders. You're not allowed to do that. And you know what? That is good enough for me to say, fuck Russia, I'm going with NATO. You know? If it's just about our doorstep, then it ceases to by any kind of objective... You're talking about objective moral. There's no objective moral. Nothing when it comes to morals are objective. By any kind of objective moral issue, imperialism is still imperialism regardless of who... I agree. But joining NATO isn't imperialism. You don't join NATO by NATO invading you. That's not how you join them. NATO, in and of itself, nations inside of NATO are imperialists. Yes, America absolutely is an imperialist nation. NATO in and of itself is not imperialist. There's nothing, at least not officially, at least not as a A NATO-led coalition is not the same as NATO. There is a difference. I'm not saying that NATO is all good. That NATO is you can call it semantics, sure, but I think it's an important distinction. Nations within NATO are imperialistic. Absolutely. And of course, NATO nations are going to be more willing to cooperate with each other. And I don't defend NATO when they do something wrong. I oppose it. I protested in my teens against American imperialism. Next time America does an imperialism, next time NATO invades, I'm going to be right here on the screen talking to the camera about how NATO shouldn't, how it's bad. But how many Russians do you hear talk about that? That is the fundamental difference here that I think you're missing, Scream Dream. You don't want to be complicit in it, yet you want Ukraine to lay down their arms and submit to an imperialist force. That is you being complicit in imperialism. Anyway, we talked to death about this. I don't know. Oh, God. How long have I been talking about? An hour, perhaps? You're inferring. How else am I supposed to interpret this? Without NATO, Ukraine is gonna be invaded. Thank you, Social. Without NATO, Ukraine is gonna be invaded again. Period. We saw what happened in 2014. Obama said, We're not going to send the vote, or I can't do an Obama. We're not going to send them arms, or they're going to send, like, train them, but we're not going to send them airplanes. We're not going to send them tanks. We're not going to send them anything that would actually make it possible for them to retake the occupied regions, because that could escalate with Russia, and we don't want that. It still escalated with Russia. You do not appease a dictator. You oppose them with force. Absolutely. Without NATO, Libya would still be invaded. I do not, because I have actively said, I do not care. Again, I don't care if you have an alliance with Russia because you are threatened by America. Of course you would have an alliance with Russia if you're threatened by America. Of course. I do it. Take the assurances. I do it. But you're saying that nations who want assurances from NATO against Russia shouldn't take them because that would be imperialism. Then they can never have assurances. No, but practically it actually is. Come on. Practically. Sure, we can talk about semantics, right? Without America, NATO wouldn't be there. I mean, if America removes itself from NATO, NATO wouldn't exist anymore. It is the American military that controls how NATO looks and forms and acts. There's a reason we don't have the... there's a reason we are following the U.S. People are buying U.S. military equipment. It's not just a NATO standard. It's American developed NATO standard. Sure. But still, NATO wouldn't exist without America. And if you want assurances from NATO against Russia, of course, take it. Do it. If you're under threat from a neighboring state and you find an alliance with a dictatorship that isn't threatening you, sure, do it. I completely understand it. I don't like it, but I understand it. I don't like, and when I say it, I mean dictatorships, but I understand needing the alliance. It's not an alliance of ideology. It's an alliance of need, of desperation, of convenience. And I think that's the thing you are missing, Screen Room, here. But okay, let's look at Russell Brand. Let's leave this rant. Let's look at Sabby Sabs and Russell Brand. And I'm just going to refill my glass. Scream Dream, you said NATO isn't just an alliance with America. So you mean it's more than an alliance with America? It's not. I thought you meant it's not just America that you're that you have an alliance with. NATO is an extension of American imperialism. NATO. An extension of American... I mean, okay. Sure. Okay, I'll grant... Okay. Scream Dream, I'll grant you that. Can I... Thank you. I'll grant you that. Sure. It's an extension of American imperialism. And? I'd rather... Much, much rather... have soft imperialism that America does through capitalism, through banking, through... all those systems, through these alliances that gives, at least in terms of culture, at least in terms of trade, still sovereignty for the nation. Like, we are not, if we join NATO, we're not going to be forced. No, I'm not saying they just do soft imperialism. I'm saying alliances. And the alliance, if you join it, if you call that soft imperialism, I'm saying I'm fine with that, as the alternative is hard imperialism. I know it's not just about us, but at this moment, it is about us. In this instance, it is about us. What do you think the EU is? Screen Dream. The EU is a form of imperialism. Soft imperialism. But you know what? We have better, we have more. You're anti-EU? You would doom Sweden at this moment. Look at the UK. Look what happened to the UK. Now you're just anti-alliances. Now you're just anti-trade blocks. Now you're just anti-open borders. Now you're just moving towards a better place. The EU has the amount, but what you're missing, so you are willing to sacrifice progress. You're willing to sacrifice progress, but the European trade is part of the imperialism, Screen Dream. That is how we do soft imperialism. You're fine with soft imperialism then if you're fine with European trade, if you're fine with the trade agreement. Because the trade agreements say are protectionist. We've granted, in some instances, to some African nations, or maybe even to all of Africa, I'm not sure, on crops and stuff, they are getting some lenience in terms of, or not some loopholes or whatever you can call it, in our protectionist trade agreements. Because we recognize that, hey, we have fucked them over, so let's help them here a bit. Let's give them crumbs. You know, we've recognized that. But trade agreements, you're talking about trade, I'm talking about trade agreements. Of course, trade in and of itself isn't imperialism, but trade agreements absolutely are a form of soft imperialism, or can be a form of soft imperialism. But I don't think you want to throw out the baby with the bathwater here. You're saying because this isn't perfect, because there are issues with them, because there are issues with the union, we should just step out and doom ourselves the way the UK has. No, I vehemently disagree with that. I think if we were to remove ourselves from the EU, we would see an increase in right-wing politics here in Sweden. We would see an increase in right-wing politics because our economy would go down the fucking drain from it. We would start to see, you know what? We would be closer to being invaded by Russia if we did that. We're governed by right-wingers, but we're not a Nazi nation yet. There are still institutions that are blocking them from doing everything. We would see, I'm talking about an increase. More. Yes, but more. And we can see here, how well have the right-wing government, the conservative far right-wing government of Sweden fared in the public's opinion? Väljarbarometer. So here we can see what has happened since the government took hold. Huh? What has happened? Sure, we can see here, because I believe, yeah, the gray one is the previous election. Oh, what do you have here? They've gone down. People are not happy with this. Has it gone down a lot? No, it could be better. But what do we have here? Oh, the left party and the Social Democrats are rising quite a lot here, actually. Quite a lot. People are yearning for real left-wing politics right now. If we leave the EU, do you know what happens? There's no more safeguard from up above. There's no one to look at us and go, hey, why are you spying on your own people through the FRA laws? Why are you doing that? Nobody would say that because nobody could say anything. Our trade agreement, our ability to trade would go down significantly, and we wouldn't be able to control or have a say, I should say, and not control, but have a say in the rules that we need to follow. Because our main trade partners would still be the EU, and we would need to follow their rules without having a say in their rules, just like the UK is doing right now. If right-wing government is hurt by bad leadership, why would we become even more right-wing from economic turmoil? Why would economic turmoil? We don't have a say in the rules. Please. That is massive doomer. Why would economic turmoil make us more right-wing? Because of course it always does. Every single goddamn time. Every single goddamn time. Like it is a well and when I say left-wing, leftist politics, that people are yearning for it, I'm not saying socialist policies. I'm saying liberal politics here, left from the right-wing perspective. That is why, at the moment, Biden is doing great. Not in the polls, but I believe the polls are misleading in America in that they're asking, who do you like? Nobody likes Biden, but compared to Trump, he's going to win. I have no doubt of that if things continue the way they do in America. Income inequality causes crime, yes. And that absolutely creates more right-wing people. Because that's going to mean the only way to combat crime in the immediate is authoritarianism. But again, okay. Now, fuck it. Screen Dream, shut up. We're moving on to Sabby Zabs. Like you wanted. You wanted to see Russell Brand and why Ukraine can't win, okay? Let's listen to this. I don't have high opinions of Sabby Zabs. I think she's quite dumb. I watched a video on her reacting to a speech of Max Blumenthal in the UN. I've talked about that speech before. Did I do a video on it? I might have. But I didn't do a full breakdown of the speech because it's quite... Like, it's dense. He just rattles off like a gish galloping with content or with things. And I'm like, fuck it. So I just focused on one thing. Blumenthal? Nope. UN. Nope, I might not have done a video on it. I'm not saying the EU has done a fantastic job, Screen Dream. I'm saying they have done a better job. Yeah, I didn't do a video on it, sorry. But I have talked about it before, and she's like, oh my god, so good, so great. And she's like, rattling off Russian propaganda. But anyway, let's listen to Zabby Zabs and Russell Brand on why Ukraine can't win. Oh, I didn't. You distracted me so completely earlier, Screen Dream. What is a victory? Let's define a victory for Ukraine before we see the video. For me, again, let's repeat from an hour ago, victory in Ukraine can look very differently depending on how outdrawn this conflict gets. It can either be retake all territories, but the kids in Russia that have been kidnapped, unfortunately, they're going to have to stay there. I don't like that. For me, a perfect victory would be Putin falls, of course. The kids who have been kidnapped from the eastern parts of Ukraine into Russia are returned to their families or returned to the state of Ukraine at the very least, and given given foster homes in Ukraine. Okay. I know what Zelensky has said, and I agree with him. At the moment, I don't see why he would say anything else. They are doing quite well. Yes, the people had high hopes for the summer offensive. Well, what they're missing, what people have been ignoring, I'm guessing, or not wanting to talk about, is that these lines have been heavily fortified for a year now. They have dug quite deep trenches. This is quite a natural defensive line here, and they just extended it. And they've heavily fortified this so that they have a land bridge into Crimea, you know? Is the soft red or the light red Russian territory with... I'm guessing, yeah, that must be Russian territories. We're getting to that, Screen Dream. So at the moment, we are seeing conflicts along this line. You can see all this blue that they have taken, you know? That is not nothing. That is quite good. And this is quite good. It's not going to be an easy victory for them if Zelensky is going to get what he wants. If Zelensky is going to get all territories back into Ukrainian Ukrainian control. That is not going to be easy, of course. So, what happens if the war drags on for 5 years. They are, again, Zelensky wants to have an election next year. He has put his foot down. He's saying, I will not stop until every last inch of Ukraine is under our control. But if they have elections, I'm guessing there's going to be someone who is going to have a different idea and say, you know what, we need to negotiate with Russia about the territories, about Crimea. We can give up Crimea if we get the Donbass, whatever, you know. But that's for the Poles. And I think we need to help with that, as Zelensky has asked us to do. We need to be there and say, and give them funds and people in order to create or to facilitate a democratic process. In that process, the victory condition can look very different depending on who wins. If Zelensky continues to win, the people have said, we will continue to fight until it's ours. Is that going to be easy? No. Is that going to take time? Probably. Most likely. Unless the West goes, just take it. Just what you want. That. And we just hand it over to them and they're going to have a cakewalk. Do anyone think that if we gave them our A-tier military vehicles, military equipment, does anyone think that it would be hard for Ukraine to win against Russia? I don't think so. Now, is it going to be easy? No. But they will win. It will be a victory if we do that. We should have done it earlier, but I understand why. Because when the invasion happened, everyone expected, and when I say everyone, I mean everyone expected Ukraine to crumble. We expected a new Afghanistan because the people in Afghanistan didn't want the leaders. They didn't care about the leaders, so they didn't fight back. Ukraine cared about their leader, cared about their democracy, so they fought back. And that is morale is more important than equipment and manpower. And I'll take a high morale, highly motivated soldier with a knife over a Russian demoralized, drunk, unmotivated soldier with a tank any day of the week. Any day. Didn't Biden... Ooh, what did I do here? Didn't Biden flaunt a proposal of letting Russia walk away with a bunch of territory? Maybe. I mean, again, Ukraine isn't America's puppet. That is... Ukraine isn't America's puppet. That is why the president of America and the president of Ukraine have different views on the end goal. I'm not saying Afghanistan is anywhere comparable to Afghanistan, to Ukraine. I'm saying everyone expected the same outcome because nobody thought that the people of Ukraine cared that much about their democracy. Everyone assumed that Ukraine was the brotherly nation of Russia. So if you define victory as taking back all territories that they've lost that they are currently not controlling, sure, then it's not going to be a victory, probably. Probably. Not in a million years, maybe. Depending on unforeseeable circumstances, like a new mutiny, perhaps. You know, stuff like that. It is possible, but very, very unlikely. If you define victory as retaining every occupied area, or every area you control at the moment, every unoccupied area, and a membership in the EU and NATO, which they want, then I think victory is very, 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 very likely to be had. I'm not saying American and Western aid hasn't helped them at all. I agree with you there. I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about the early stages of the war, or the war or post 2022 war. Because again, the war started in 2014. That was won on the back of morale. Completely. I think you're wrong there, Screen Dream, but we will see. We will see. I think it's stupid for us not to include them in the EU, if I'm being honest. Anyway, Sabby Sabs. It is not overblown. It is so not overblown at all. God damn it, Screen Dream. Former Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Fedorov says the first days of March are important in the Russian-Ukraine war. There should be talks going on without precondition. I know the position of my friends in Kiev and leadership of Ukraine. They're ready to sit and talk without preconditions, said Ukraine and Russia. Vladimir Zelensky talks tough resistance. Fedorov also said the resistance in Ukraine and sanctions put in place by the West have been stronger than what Russia predicted before the violence started. As I said, please, because I know Ukraine, no one will meet Russian troops with flowers. This is a reality, he told Al Jazeera. On the sanctions, they thought that it would be a cakewalk. That's why it's a 3-day special operation. How do you do a short special military operation without thinking it's going to be a cakewalk? Didn't even have leaked Russian leaked early plans for Ukraine war. Leaked Russian Nope, still the American leaks. That's still the American leaks. What if we go tools, anytime, custom range, up to, and let's go 22. And this was in August 13. So we need let's go there. Wait, but why? Here. Ukraine defense minister said its armed forces seized battle plans Russian troops left behind. The minister said the documents suggest a Russian war with Ukraine would last 15 days. An invasion map, a table of call signs, and a personnel list were in the documents. How do you have a 15-day war without it being a cakewalk? No, everyone thought that Ukraine would crumble. Go look at any analysis prior to the war. Nobody talked about Ukraine being able to stand up to Russia. But right now, I think Sweden would have a fucking amazing standing up time. An easy way to... Sweden would be able to stand up to Russia quite easily today, I believe. The EU doesn't want a huge corrupt poor... That's the thing. They are removing the corruption within Ukraine at the moment. They're not going to become a member tomorrow. They're going to start off as a prospective member until they have put in place better democratic institutions. Of course, it's not going to be the war is over. They've signed the agreement. They're in NATO and EU. It's going to be a process. Of course. Poor Eastern European country. Oh, you do not know what you're talking about there if you think they are poor because of their own volition. They have a lot of resources, and we have taking it from them. Russia has taken them from them. Zelensky said in a speech, when this war is over, we're going to be, first of all, training military personnel across the globe. We're going to be the hub for how a modern war is fought, and we're going to teach them how to do it. That's going to be a boom. He said we're going to focus on PTSD, helping people who are suffering from the war. And we're going to study that. We're going to pour millions of dollars into that, if not billions, I don't know, into that kind of research with LSD, psychedelics, and marijuana and stuff. Modern solutions, or actually old solutions to old problems that have been lost in time because we have been scared. They're going to focus on that, and that's going to be a fucking boom for them economic-wise. They're going to focus on the tech sector. They had, prior to the invasion, a massive tech sector. Look at the games they created. 20, 30, something. Ukraine Game Studios. What's it called? It's based on a Russian book. Here we have game companies. He's a big talker. Really. He is not just a talker, Screen Dream. If he was, he wouldn't have stayed in Ukraine. That's the thing. Had he left Ukraine, Russia would have taken over. I guarantee you. Is everything he say gonna come to fruition? Of course not. It depends on us to some extent, to how willing we are to help them post-war. But considering how much money we've poured into them fighting off Russia, I don't see why we wouldn't want to help them rebuild themselves. I think you've listened to a lot of wrong people here, Scream Dream. Zelensky's not just a man of words. He is a man of action. He has rooted out corruption in the government. Most likely scenario, Ukraine will emerge as corrupt and poor as ever. With a big far-right surge, they don't join EU or NATO. Western companies will flock in to do shock therapy. I vehemently disagree with you, but we will see. I think you've listened to a lot of wrong people here. Have you listened to Jimmy Dore or the Grey Zone or any of those people who are friendly with those people? Have you listened to those? I genuinely want to know. Okay, you don't. Good. Who has told you these things? Who has told you this? Why do you think this? Where does this come from? Why I have a lot of. Okay, I'm gonna. While you answer that, I'm just gonna do that, and I'm gonna up that because I want to be able to move a bit, but I can't if it's too low there. One more. There we go. Where have you heard this? Because I've read it in the only people I hear this from are those types and the old socialists of Sweden. Like if I hear it in Sweden, it's from those. I follow comfort from any perspective for years. This is what I see as most likely. No, I vehemently disagree with you. Anyway, let's see if I can vehemently disagree with someone else for a moment.
Okay, let's go into this next story here with Russell Brand. I do want to make sure I touch on this issue here with Ukraine. So Tucker Carlson recently had an interview and Russell Brand exposed this. I didn't see the Tucker Carlson interview, and unfortunately I can't show some of the Tucker Carlson interviews. I can't show on here because of copyright. Sorry guys. But so I didn't want to take a chance with this one, but this is through like Russell Brand's thing, so we should be okay. But there is a narrative here in reference to Ukraine that I think the masses is continuing to believe. I think it's starting to change a little bit. And that's the narrative that Ukraine can win.
Again, depending on what you see as victory. If victory, Scream Dream, if victory is Ukraine control the territories they control today, no EU membership, no NATO membership, but Russia isn't, they are no longer in conflict with Russia. Some people see that as a win. I do not foresee, under any circumstances, from this moment on, that there is no Ukraine. That, to me, is a loss. That is a clear loss for them. But I do not foresee that.
And I think since day one, those of us at RBN have been saying they can't win. They can't beat Russia. And if Russia ever...
I know what Zelensky says, but Zelensky is the president today. He might not be tomorrow. You can't just you can't look at it from that perspective. Today, yes, that is their victory goal. That goal can change over time.
Needed some help. They can knock on their next door neighbor's door, which is China, and say, come help us out.
I do not think they can do that. And the reason they can't do that is if they could, they probably would. But China doesn't want to lose. They're already seeing it in some extent, but they don't want to lose trading, which would happen, trading with the West. We have the money. We hold the bag. They want to trade with us. They can't trade with Russia. Not arm deals, at least. Russia is... There's a reason why Russia has to turn to North Korea for their arms. And they say it's not for arms. They're saying it's for, I don't know, cultural or whatever trade. Bullshit. Complete bullshit. They just don't want to admit that their arsenal of Soviet-era military equipment that they are currently pushing out is dilapidated. We saw that with the wheels. Rotten wheels, Russia. Like here, this... Can we get a better picture, perhaps? Convoy? Can't we get a... Can we get a neglected? I mean, we all remember it. I hope. Scream Dream, do you remember it? I'm singling you out here because of the hours-long conversation we just had. You don't remember it? Okay. Then I need to find it. And the wheels. Oh. Let's go tools. Let's go time. Not past. Custom range. 222. Where is it? There's so much that it's been lost to time, apparently. Okay, we're gonna have to go Russian convoy to Kiev. Wheels. Why is it only these 4 images that I'm getting? I want a close-up of the wheels. These are all too new, I believe. Fuck Jackson Hinkle. He is a... what do you mean, have you been listening to Jackson Hinkle? Screen Dream? Tell me you haven't been listening to Jackson Hinkle. Because he's part of the people I talked about earlier that I asked you if you've listened to. He's not a lefty. Do not call him a lefty under any circumstances. He is, by all accounts, I would go so far as to say he is a fascist through and through. He cares about one thing and one thing only. He didn't fall for MAGA communism. He defined it. Yes, Haas coined it, but it's Hinkle's now. It is his. It's like saying socialism has nothing to do with Marx, because it didn't start with Marx, but he defined it. He created the pinnacle. How? Why? It's been memory. The wheels have been memory hold. Oh. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, here we go. Made in the USSR. Russia fights in Ukraine with war vehicles equipped with 31-year-old tires. And not supporting MAGA, Screen Dream. That's not what we're saying. We're saying MAGA communism. You have fallen for MAGA communism. Hinkle is a fascist. Hinkle supports Trump. Hinkle supports Putin. He doesn't just support Putin. He throats Putin's cock. And I don't mean that figuratively. He is currently in Russia throating Putin's cock. That's who he is. That's photoshopped? So maybe this isn't him. He is a supporter of Kim Jong-un. Like, he is... There's nothing of value that can be had from this guy. You can have... Oh, yeah, and he, of course, he in Niger. Of course. He is... by all accounts, he has no morals at all. The dude used to be a Bernicrat, and he ran as a for office in his in a local election. He lost, and then he turned. Putting on to Russia, I dislike imperialism, even if it's done by NATO and America, and I don't buy the most liberal fantasies about the war. You know what? I'm afraid to say that I think it's you that have the fancy. Again, here are the... Bernie Trump is about vibes. That's all it is. Hinkle will... yeah, and of course, what's her name? Tara Reid. Tara Reid. She has moved to Russia now. She's a friend of Hinkle. Or she runs in the same circles as Hinkle, at least. No, everyone who knew Hinkle says he wasn't that bad. Everyone who knew Dore, and we're going to talk about that. Everyone who knew Dore says he wasn't that bad earlier. I hope we're going to talk about that. But yeah, anyway, so the Russians invaded Ukraine with Soviet-made tires. You see this? This is sun rotting. It has been dilapidated. They haven't been keeping up with their arsenal. This should be rotated quite frequently. What has most likely happened is there's been money going to the military for these things, and they have ignored it. They have said, oh, money? Huh, why, thank you, and lined their own pockets. That's what's happened. Screen Dream. Okay, let me ask you a question, Screen Dream. If you're American and you get to vote who is president, Biden, Trump, Cornel West, but only Biden or Trump, and you know this, has a shot at winning, who do you vote for? Or do you not vote at all? And effectively give Trump the victory. Not vote at all. And that means Trump gets the victory, and that means with democracy in America. Congratulations. Seriously. You'd rather see your policy, Screen Dream, would give Trump the victory. Republicans and right-wingers in general across the globe win when fewer people vote. We can't do progress unless we are willing to compromise. You have to be willing to compromise. Can I ask you your age, Screen Dream? How old are you? Because I'm getting a young vibe from you right now. And I wouldn't. Just to be clear, I wouldn't call you a tanky, Screen Dream. You're 25, yeah. I probably had the same ideas as you at 25. You know, probably around there at least. Certainly when it comes to voting, absolutely, I was doomer. I had the same ideas. I have the same thoughts of I'm not gonna vote for if I was America. If I could vote in America, I wouldn't vote for anyone but Bernie. Fuck Biden. You know, stuff like I had those ideas, but it's childish. That's not how we do progress. If you look at any movement in the world, look at I don't disagree with that, Screen Dream. Look at any movement across the globe, and they've had to compromise. It is the foundation of democracy that we compromise on our principles, I'm afraid. You're not going to get what you want all the time. Sometimes the bad option, the least bad option, is the good option. I don't disagree that imperialism is bad. I'm saying I'll take the soft imperialism over the hard imperialism. I'll take the money over the gun to my head. Or bullet, rather, to my head. Yeah, any day. Does this mean I'm fine with it? No, it means I'm compromising. It means I'm willing to say, let's do this incrementalism so that we can make something better in the future. That is what I'm compromising on. Do you think socialists, when they got the 5-day work week, were happy? Or 6-day work week? That they were happy? No, of course not. They wanted the entire cake, but they said, you know what? We'll take it. And then they got the 5-day work week. And now we're talking about the 4-day work week. And we're also starting to talk about democratic economic democracy. We're talking about, when I say we, I mean there is a contingent of the left that is starting to rediscover this. I'm part of that rediscovery. Workplace democracy and worker-owned co-ops. We used to have a path in Sweden towards worker co-ops. But then Palme was murdered, and it all went away. Seriously, that is the linchpin. We had a leader that was guiding us towards that, and he was murdered and was taken from us, and he couldn't groom the next predecessor for that. And we took a right-wing turn ever since. Screener, you are missing my point about Libya. No, I'm not saying I'll happily turn Libya into a giant slave market. I'm saying that Libya is already turned into a slave market. And there's nothing I can do about that by being outside of NATO anyway. It doesn't change the landscape of us joining NATO. It doesn't change Libya, does it? Olof Palme was able to criticize Soviet Union and America at the same time. He was able to criticize. He was the first leader in the world to criticize South Africa. I have no doubt that he would say we need to support Ukraine here. How do we support Ukraine? By allowing them into NATO. I have no doubt about that, because he was very smart and he could see the nuance in the thinking, in the diplomacy here. I'm not saying NATO will stop being imperialist. I'm saying we have a say about NATO if we join NATO. We don't have a say about NATO if we don't join them. And again, soft imperial. What happened to Libya isn't soft imperialism. Open slave markets aren't soft imperialism. Anyway, I'm not getting dragged back into this, Screen Dream. I just want to know, okay, you're 20, your age, I know it's frustrating. I hated when people told me that. Oh, you'll understand. I know it's not an answer. I know that. And I know it can make you feel anger. It can make you feel like you're not being heard. But it is real. I'm sorry. It is real. The older you get, the more you go, my revolutionary ideas when I was younger might not be the best way to achieve the goals. I'm saying, Screen, I know it feels that way. I know it sounds that. I can't look into your mind. I can't. And I don't mean to be dismissive. I don't mean to talk down to you. I don't. I just think you are not. The life experiences you have, because you weren't there, man. Oh my God, you weren't 24? You have no idea what life was. You might have an idea. You might have read about it. But I was there. I remember the towers falling. I remember 9/11. The turn America took that day was not pretty. Libya wouldn't have happened, I am certain of, if it weren't for that. Anyway, Russia is using old, dilapidated, neglected equipment. They are... I want news. That's not what I wanted. Right, they have a large storage of Soviet tanks, but we do not know without being able to look at them, we do not know if they have been taken care of at all. We're not getting into this Screen Dream. I think that I've heard that before, and I think the notion that Gaddafi would be able to unite Africa is laughable. It is laughable, honestly. He was not liked by people. However, he was better, and here comes compromise again. If I could go back and I had absolute power and I could control what happens, his authoritarian regime in Libya was good compared to him being removed. Do you agree with that, Screen Dream? And if you do, wouldn't that mean you condone, like I condone imperialism because, yeah, okay. So I apparently condone imperialism because I want to join NATO because I want insurances. Out of memory? What the fuck are you talking about? I want insurances of our security, okay? I am happy with that. I am fine with the compromise that entails, okay? You would be fine with the compromise of an authoritarian dictator controlling Libya. Then, are you not? But he was better. It's a compromise. It is life. It is what you need to do. You can be doomer about it. You can scream from the tops how bad it is. But the alternative is obviously much worse because there was a power vacuum. Imperialism was bad. But authoritarianism isn't imperialism by default. Or are you talking about the invasion? I'm talking about Gaddafi remaining in control being bad. But it's better than the alternative. Not because of imperialism, but because of what happened afterwards. We know what happened. We know... Yeah, you're talking about the invasion. I'm talking about keeping him. I'm talking about not invading because we know it would create a power vacuum where warlords would prop up and these open slave markets... What the fuck is going on? These open slave markets would be created or initiated. That is bad. That is horrible. That is illiberal. That is undemocratic. I hate it. I don't want to see it anywhere at all. But it's better. So it's better then that we have an authoritarian dictator there. And hopefully we can support a democratic uprising of the people. Democracy has to come from within. Ukraine had that. Russia doesn't like it. Europe likes it. Libya didn't have that. That's why it's bad. That's why we shouldn't have invaded. Just like Russia shouldn't have invaded. Anyway. So what was it that she said?
They can't beat Russia. And if Russia ever needed some help, they can knock on their next door neighbor's door.
They can't knock on them.
Which is China, and say, come help us out.
China doesn't want that. China is too hooked on our money. China wants our money. That's why China hasn't invaded Taiwan. That's why, like, we don't have great relations with China in this sense. Like, we have tensions there, but there is no way in hell that China is willing to let themselves be dragged down by Russia. No way in hell.
So we've been saying for a long time they can't win. Now, these videos with Tucker get millions of views. More views than his segment on Fox News used to get. Now we have a gentleman sitting down with Tucker Carlson.
Those views, as I've talked about before, are heavily heavily exaggerated. What is a view according to YouTube? A view according to YouTube, and I'm not talking about YouTube Shorts because they fuck around with those too. View. Can I? How does YouTube... There we go. Each time a viewer intentionally initiates the playing of a video on their device and watches for at least 30 seconds, that counts as a view. That's quite good. I'm not talking about that. I'm trying to focus here, social. How does Twitter count a view then? Anyone who's logged into Twitter who views a tweet counts as a view. Not now. View count video. Who counts as a viewer? Anyone who's logged into Twitter who views a... Okay, I was there. Regardless of where they see that tweet or whether or not they follow the author, if they're a... That's not... I know I've seen it before. I've talked about it before even. Whatever. I'm just gonna regurgitate the information then. I believe it's like 1/3 of the video has. I can't. Video view count. View count. Twitter. Oh, they haven't, I believe. Or they did? Okay, they did. How does it count? 50. Okay, here. The main Twitter video view metric is triggered when a user watches a video for at least 2 seconds compared to 30 seconds and sees at least 50% of the video player in view. You don't have to listen at all. It just has to be in view, half of it, and 2 seconds has to play. Well, guess what? How many of you don't have just autoplay? So every time you see 2 microseconds, yeah. Every time you scroll by a video because you're reading the tweet above or below it, that counts as a view apparently. I do not trust the Twitter views. The only view metric I do trust wholeheartedly actually is YouTube's. Facebook fucks around with this. Kick absolutely fucks around with this. If you want to know more about that, watch the Spiffing Brit. He had a great video on this where if you open Windows, your own video window from the same IP, from the same computer, from the same browser, you can have multiple windows open. You don't even have to see them. And it counts as a new viewer on the live stream ticker. That's how bad Kick is. So the only view count I do trust is the YouTube one. But not when it comes to shorts, because I do know they fuck around with those, with the times there as well. Anyway, continue. So she's so impressed by the millions of views that Tucker has. We're never getting through this, are we? Tucker Carlson. There we go. Let's see here. First of all, Twitter is not a good place for videos. Like, it's for clips, not for full-length videos. Who watches a full-length video on Twitter? Nobody. But we can see here. Oh, right, because the view metrics are gone. So we have to watch the view the metrics on here, I guess. This post has seen, not the video, this post. Oh, sorry, I'm just adding to the view counter here. I'm not watching it, but I'm adding to it. 363 million, episode 24. And what is this? Still episode 24. Oh, 4.3 million, 59 million. Okay, I'm not getting view counter, so I'm not knowing. 36 million, 74 million. 15 million. Like, I do not trust his
admitting
numbers.
That they can't win. Listen to this. Let's dive right in. We start off with Russell getting right into the thick of it.
It's going to be a fantastic show. There's only a few of them. They're all in September. Join me by clicking the link in the description now. The war between Russia and Ukraine shows no sign of ending and indeed is escalating.
Can I just say that I hate Russell Brand? Why does he talk like this? The war in it. I can't even mimic it when I try to actually speak.
Between Russia and Ukraine.
The war between Russia and Ukraine. Is this a British thing?
Ukraine shows no sign of ending and indeed is escalating, funded yet by American taxpayer dollars. Viktor Orban, the Hungarian Prime Minister, had a conversation with Tucker in which he said that Joe Biden's approach and prognosis are deceptive, dishonest, and just.
Viktor Orban? You mean the wannabe dictator? Putin's friend, Viktor Orban? Is that the Viktor Orban you're talking about? As a lefty, I like to think of myself. I do not, under any circumstances, think if you're left wing, you should be listening to wannabe dictators on anything, really? Not anything. Not even what they want, what they claim they want, you know?
It's plain wrong. That there's no situation in which Ukraine can ever defeat Russia. Now, Viktor Orban is a controversial figure.
There's no way. I do not agree with that. For example, here's a way that Ukraine can gain victory. Well, not tomorrow, of course, but soon. We help them. They've already, Russia has already attacked intentionally, but they have threatened the border integrities of neighboring nations. Russian missile, what is it, Romania? This. At least Article 4, where they strengthen the border, is possible. I gotta go, but I'm sorry I got heated. It's okay, Screen. I enjoy it. It's fine. I'm sorry if you felt talked down to. It's not my intention. I think you're a good guy. I think you have good intentions. I think you are misled. I think you have wrong ideas, but I don't think you're bad. I think you are. I recognize myself a lot in what you said there, in how I used to think myself. So I don't sweat it. You're welcome. You're gonna keep your admin status. So don't worry about it. Take care, and I'll see you next video, okay? Or next stream.
Many people say he's like right wing and that he's a dictator and all sorts of negative stuff. And I wonder if we're at a point where we have to learn to separate and distinguish between people's cultural analysis of different political figures and the truth about war.
Oh, right. You distract me. Fuck you, Screen. You distract me again. Right. Romania, they have been Russian drones, and I believe a missile might have struck a field in Romania, you know. So there is a strong possibility of Article 4 where they will ensure the borders, at least. And if that happens, the step towards Article 5 is quite small. And what you can do then, possibly, is say to Ukraine, we're going to secure your western territories. We're going to draw a line here. We're not going to allow anyone closer. Why not? Why wouldn't Western nations be allowed into Ukrainian territories, right? Exactly. Social. We could walk into Ukraine if Ukraine wants us, and I'm sure they want, and say we're going to secure these borders. We're going to say here, do not move here. We are securing that on behalf of Ukraine, so that Ukraine can focus on the front line instead. I don't see why not. I don't see why not. It's all Ukrainian territory. And apparently Russia isn't really claiming that territory. So would it really be an escalation with Russia? I don't think so.
Or particularly a conflict like this one between Russia and Ukraine, which has almost limitless potential to escalate and could literally involve everybody in the world eventually. So let's have a look at that conversation between Tucker and Viktor Orban. And note
it would only become a world war if Russia drops a nuke. There's under no circumstances is anyone at this moment talking about invading Russia. Nobody's talking about invading Russia. Russia have said, we retain the right to use nukes. They've never said, we will use nukes, actually. They haven't said that, apparently. I don't speak Russian, so this is secondhand information. I might be completely wrong. I heard it from Dylan Burns. I trust Dylan Burns on these reportings. He hasn't said, we will use nukes if you do X. So, but if he does, there's no way in hell. There's no way in hell he will, in my opinion, unless we march against Moscow. And we're not. So
these points. He says the only way to end this conflict is by electing Donald Trump. That's extraordinary when you've got people on the left saying that if Trump ever gets elected, he'll be president for life. He'll never rescind the office. It's the worst thing that could ever happen to America. And
Project 2025, Trump killing Soleimani. Is a clear escalation of aggression towards Russia, isn't it? Iran is a close Russian ally. It's bullshit. He had contact with Russia. They told him to do that, 100%. There's going to be an inquiry into it. But yeah. Trump is going to be a bigger escalation of war, of conflict. Because what happens if we take Russia's threat seriously of offensive nukes, not defensive, offensive. If we think that's serious and we allow that to happen, then there's a whole new world order where any douche with a nuke, with a warhead, nuclear warhead, like Kim Jong-un, is just going to say, oh, you mean I can just walk over my neighbors who don't have nukes? Well, thank you kindly, Western nations.
And note as well that he says that this is ultimately an unwinnable war. Ukraine can never beat Russia. That side of it seems a lot less controversial to me. Let's have a look at the conversation.
The view is that Ukraine is winning this war. It doesn't sound like that's true.
No, it's a lie. It's not just a misunderstanding. It's a lie.
So I do just want to add in here really quick for those who may not have heard this commentary before. But one thing I did mention a couple weeks ago, I did show a clip from CNN where Anderson Cooper actually finally did acknowledge that they were losing. So just.
Long before Russian forces invaded, it was understood they outnumbered and outgunned Ukrainian forces. So when Ukrainian troops managed early on to roll back a good...
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Combined weapons, tactics, and movement, that still has not been able to deal with the trench system, the mining, the defensive system that Russia had.
It's us. We're the problem here. It's dependent on us. How quickly do we want the war to be over? That is the question. Are we giving them top tier equipment? No, we're not. We should be giving them demining equipment, of course, especially for preparations post-war. But I think the equipment we've given them is our old equipment, so we can buy new equipment and update our systems. But it's a slow roll because we don't want to do it too fast. Do it fast, and then we win.
It's impossible. Everybody who's in politics and understand the logic, the figures, the data, no way.
Why is it impossible?
Because that way, the poor Ukrainians die every day.
Yes.
Hundreds and thousands, So my heart is with them.
An early question.
If your heart is with the Ukrainian people who are dying, that's not going to stop if we tell them to lay down their arms. That's just going to be kicking the can down the road, in my opinion.
To ask yourself is, do you think that propaganda is a one-way street? Or do you imagine that all sides use propaganda to convey the favorable perspective, to bolster a narrative that is favorable to their agenda? The establishment...
This is a... God, I wish Green Room was still here. This is I mean, sure, it's true. Yeah, of course. But understanding the difference between Western and Russian propaganda is quite important. Because we are such an open society, because it is private corporations that, with contracts from the government, produce our weapons, we know how much is produced because the private corporations are open about those numbers. They have to be. In some ways, at least. I'm sure there are secrets among the numbers, but in total, we can see the input, we can see the output, And we can probably see, there's a missing output here that's part of the secret war machine, It might be we're producing one thing over here, we're producing one thing over here, and then the government puts them together to create something secret, Stuff like that. Sure. Absolutely. The difference is, we do not have any such numbers in from Russia. So, and we don't have media to analyze it. We don't have media to criticize it in any way, shape, or form. So the propaganda coming from Russia has zero value of truth. Zero truth value. You can read in between the lines of Western propaganda if you're educated enough on it, if you've trained yourself enough on it to discern the truth within it, or not necessarily the truth, but the gaps where they are propagandizing, where there are, stuff like that. You can discern that from the Western propaganda. Russian propaganda is less worth than toilet paper.
Propaganda currently is Ukraine are winning this war. Ultimately, Ukraine will be triumphant. But I feel that those of us that have been alive a little while and been watching the news for a while and have maybe taken a glance at history are aware that Russia are a formidable foe and a nuclear superpower at that. The idea that Russia can be defeated, that there's ever going to be a sort of a white flag moment from Putin is ridiculous.
Sounds like he's saying that we would attack Russia here. And there is no such plans in motion.
So whatever your perspective is on Viktor Orban, whatever your perspective is on Tucker, whatever your perspective is on Donald Trump, almost you have to look at this conflict in isolation and assess it. What's likely to happen here? Who benefits from this escalating war? Who benefits from us being told, Ukraine will win? And one way of diagnosing this beyond our own personal prejudices and biases is to look at what we were told at the beginning of this conflict and what we are being told now.
Pause there for just a second. I just want to say something else.
Okay, before she speaks, I want to comment on that. Because again, what we were told early on in the war and what everyone believed is Ukraine will crumble. And that's why we didn't give them weapons. We didn't think they would stand up against Putin this way, against Russia. We believed Russian propaganda about the Ukrainian people. When they were screaming that it wasn't true, we believed it. I believed it. But then they showed us it's wrong. They showed us, no. We can keep up any day of the week. Just give us the equipment and we will do more. And that's good. I like that. We were told that Ukraine would crumble. They didn't, okay? Now we're being told Ukraine will still crumble. Why? Change the story. Change the story.
To add in here, the other thing that I was going to add is, and if they can't win, then is the goal mainly to create another never-ending war that you continue to funnel money through?
No. And for one reason, and one reason only. What happened in Afghanistan and what happened in Vietnam, but specifically Afghanistan, is not the same. This is not a U.S. aggression. This is not a U.S. propped up democracy, if you could really call what Afghanistan had as a democracy, and I'm not sure about that. This is Ukraine fighting back on their own, and we're helping. That is a very, very different. Ukraine will most likely not want to fight an endless war. Why would they? Afghanistan didn't have a choice. Did they? It was America's choice. It was up to them. But this is Ukraine's choice, and we've seen Ukraine give the middle finger to the West. Scream at the West going, why the fuck are you just complicit? Why are you so complacent in the face of atrocities that we are experiencing? Why aren't you helping us? Give us more. They wouldn't do that if they wanted an endless war. If you want an endless war, you keep it the same. This stalemate, this back and forth, that's an endless war.
I don't know about...
And sure, American companies absolutely want that war. Sure. For sure they want. But it's not up to them. It's up to the Ukrainian people. When they have their next election, when Western nations help them with that, that could change their end goal. And all of a sudden, they might now want really, really care. Kind of like South Korea. There's no unification, really, happening between North and South Korea anymore. The young people of South Korea do not care that much about unification. Korea unification poll. So, did they say increasingly favored? Okay. That's not what I've heard. Is this a poll? Maybe. I want to see. Okay, let's go graph. So we have, it was 64. This just goes back to 2011. Shares of South Korea who expect the economic Koreans' views on unification with North. Time graph. Opinion about the pace of unification between South and North Korea from 2007 to 2022. And current state is good. It had a dip here in 2018. I do not know why. But it is steady rising. It should be done when the circumstances gets better. Is failing. Is waning. And it should be done as soon as possible, has started to crop up. But essentially, unless it happens soon, it's not going to be important to them anymore. Because the two nations have, like earlier, we're talking about like grandparents now, if not older, who have been separated. Like maybe your parents has a sibling in North Korea or had a sibling, who knows anymore. So they are separated by a border, but they are still part of the culture, still part of the family, you know. But that's going to be less and less true as time goes on. So they're going to ignore it. The same thing can happen with Ukraine. If the further time goes, the less people they have relationships with in the eastern parts, the less they're going to care about it.
About you, but I don't want another 20-year Afghanistan. Is that the goal? They're telling you that they can't win, and we're continuing to send them weapons.
I don't think Ukraine has said they can't win. Poll on victory possibility. %3.5%. 3.5% of Ukrainians say they can't win.
Then
we're not gonna win.
We're looking at the possibility of another never-ending war, a prolonged war.
Nope.
That's something to think about.
What were we
that is a baseless assertion.
Told at the very start how long it would last, what it would cost, what the likely outcomes are, and have those things proven to be true?
So it's tragedy. It's tragedy for Ukraine, but they will run out earlier from the soldiers, number of soldiers, than the Russians. What finally will count is boots on the ground.
I remember when that lady's friend scared off Marianne Williamson, and I thought when I saw that. I thought, oh, maybe she's not so bad after all. Nah, sorry, she's a dumb fuck as well. She is a dumb fuck. Brianna Joy destroys Crystal and Kyle in heated debate. Did she? Did she really? Did she destroy them, or did they destroy him? She supports Jimmy Dore in that against Cornel West. Like she's just part of that side.
And the Russians are far.
She's just a more pretty face.
Stronger, far numerous, more numerous.
There's more of
Ukrainians.
Many more.
And don't be surprised, do not be surprised if it's only a matter of time before the Biden administration says, well, Ukraine needs more help and we've been sending them weapons, so we got to send U.S. troops over there to get boots on the ground. That idea has already been discussed. And then you'll see we're entangled in, again, like I said, another Afghanistan. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
There is no way, no how, no chance whatsoever of U.S. troops going up against Russian troops unless Russia drops a nuke. That is the only scenario that I foresee, that I've heard of, that I think sounds logical, where Russian and American troops would go head to head. The only scenario.
It's almost a historical cliche to cite that in the Napoleonic Wars, France were unable to ultimately conquer Russia because there were too many Russians. And in the Second World War,
conquer Russia.
Hitler's armies were unable to conquer Russia because in the end, Stalin would just limitlessly use human resources.
Conquer. Again, nobody's talking about conquering Russia. We're talking about defeating Russia on foreign soil. That is not unheard of. That has happened many times. Afghanistan has done it.
To prevent Russia being overwhelmed. Is there a vision for what a Ukrainian victory looks like here? Is there a vision for, all right, and then there's the bit where Putin goes, bloody hell, enough's enough, okay, I surrender. There's a clear disjunct between what we're being told and the reality. So whatever propaganda is true from the sort of Russia today, Russian perspective, clearly there's propaganda on behalf of the Biden administration as well.
But do you see that? Do you see, I mean, so he's talking about, like, this is propaganda through and through. This is just propaganda. He is talking about a completely different concept. And if he wants to claim that, oh, but Ukraine was part of Russia, so Russia is blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But if the people of Russia don't have, the people of Russia are motivated to defending themselves when they are being invaded. Of course they are. That motivation, that morale is going to be worth something. Even if they are underfed and undereducated, whatever. Even if there is a greater force attacking them. That morale is important. The motivation is important. He's talking about that as if that's what Russia has today.
Hitler's armies were unable to conquer Russia because in the end, Stalin would just limitlessly use human resources to prevent Russia being overwhelmed. Is there a vision for what enough's enough, okay, I surrender, like here? Is there a vision for, all right, and then there's the bit where Putin goes, bloody hell, enough's enough, okay, I surrender. There's a clear disjunct between what we're being told and the reality. So whatever propaganda is true from the sort of Russia today, Russian perspective, clearly there's propaganda on behalf of the Biden administration as well. Let's have a look at this.
Which is a meaningless, everyone knows this. Everyone knows there's propaganda on both sides. No, who thinks, there's never propaganda from the West. Nah. It's all we hear. It's all leftists talk about is propaganda from the left, and from the West. I like
this in more detail. According to the Washington Post, Viktor Orban is Vladimir Putin's closest ally in the EU. He has refused to allow the transfer of Western weapons across Hungary's shared border with Ukraine and called for an immediate ceasefire and peace talks in the conflict, but without providing a vision of what that would mean for Ukraine's territorial integrity.
Now that sounds like scathing criticism and a reason why Ukraine currently isn't winning the war. Call me crazy. Call me crazy. If Ukraine had better equipment, maybe they'd win the war.
Ukraine's territorial integrity is obviously important, but is now subject to complex diplomatic negotiations. And Viktor Orban, having already been smeared as a fascist and as a right-wing person and all the various things that you're...
Smeared? If you're not watching some more news, you should. There's a great video on Hungary in general on it and how they are paying people to do propaganda for them in the West. Paid, what's it called? Will Smith. Like, how... Perfect illustration of how right-wing they are. Less climate panic, more babies. That's like authoritarianism 101. Put up more babies, more babies, more babies, more babies, more babies, more babies. Don't worry about existential threats. Just more babies, more babies, more babies. Yeah. Orban has transformed Hungary into what he has described as an illiberal state, openly embracing autocracy, and recently declared his intent to stay in power for more than another decade. To Tucker and many Americans on the right, Orban's government is a model to emulate, and apparently to Russell Brand as well, because this is just propaganda. Oh, it's a one-sided image of Viktor Orban. That's propaganda. If that is propaganda to you, that is very, 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 very a very low bar. Will Smith paid by Hungary? As Jada says, they have a unique partnership. The bright star 49 is currently filming his new movie Gemini Man in Budapest, Hungary, and will not be able to attend the holidays. Blah blah. Smith has been sharing videos of himself in the country since February. 2 weeks ago, he posted a clip of himself on top of one of the city's most recognizable landmarks, on the roof of the Hungarian State Opera House in Budapest. Gorgeous, he captioned. Do you think he was allowed to be there because he didn't do propaganda for them? Now, to me, this is clear. You're not allowed to be here if you're not willing to do the propaganda for them. And when I say propaganda, I don't mean he supports Viktor Orban, or he thinks Viktor Orban is like gonna say, like, no, but he paid, and he was paid for it, and Hungary absolutely uses that as a hello, good morning, as a propaganda tool for them, of course. Viktor Orban, soccer. No, here. Here is Viktor Orban's. That's his, what is that? His family home or something? Punch Arena with the red dot showing Prime Minister Viktor Orban's weekend home. I'm sorry, weekend home. Do you see this? That's quite a small village. It's not a large village at all. But the arena that Viktor Orban built there, because he is an autocrat, and he's like, oh, I like this village. Let's just build a soccer field here. But it has to be lavish. Do you want to come? He just built this massive stadium that completely, okay, I'm gonna, that completely overshadows. Can you not be in my way just because you're here? Completely overshadows the rest of the village. Do you think they wanted this? Of course not. That's autocrats for you.
You're probably aware of, I think has to be looked at separately from whether or not peace is the desired outcome and whether militarism is going to bring out a favourable solution for anyone. It's interesting to bring to the forefront the question of what a post-war Ukraine looks like, because we know that Zelensky's vision is deals with BlackRock, carve up Ukraine, make it a place that's impossible to unionise, where workers have minimal rights. And
where does he get this from? Where? What? How? What? I know BlackRock. BlackRock, Ukraine. How? I don't know. Reconstruction Bank, and I'm sure there's going to be issues. Of course, there are going to be. It's not going to be easy from day one. Fund aims to attract billions. Okay, we can go back. Funds aim to attract billions of dollars in private investment to assist rebuilding projects in a war-torn country. Is this going to be an issue? Sure. Does this mean there's not going to be unions in Ukraine? Worker. Ukraine trade unions reaffirm their commitment to attractively contribute to Ukraine's rebuilding. The labor unions themselves disagree with you here, it seems. Trade unions and international partners discussed ways to protect workers' rights during and after the war and to contribute to rebuilding of Ukraine. So,
make it a place that's impossible, is deals with BlackRock, carve up Ukraine, make it a place that's impossible.
Carve up Ukraine?
To unionize, where workers have minimal rights and financial interests of the West are able to exploit the newly liberated, or at least newly colonized, Ukrainian territory.
Listen to how he speaks. He has not provided me with information that he is correct here at all. In fact, I have found information that means he is incorrect. He is just trading in propaganda. That is all he is. And also, I like that a victory for Ukraine means they are, what do you say, occupied?
Newly liberated, or at least newly colonized.
They are colonized by being liberated. Again, you can call it soft imperialism, but colonizing, I think colonizing means you are not allowing for Ukraine to have their own identity or to have their own sovereignty. And there is an issue. Capitalism doesn't allow us to have our own sovereignty in as we want it, but it's better than being under an authoritarian thumb.
Ukrainian territory. This is not conspiracy theory stuff.
Yes, it
Zelensky's
is.
gone on the telly and said, "Thank you, BlackRock, for all of
Yep.
you." know, that's when.
He might have done that. Zelensky thanks BlackRock. I don't blame Zelensky here, by the way. It's a massive corporation with massive amounts of money, and they need money. BlackRock Financial Markets Advisory and the Ukrainian Ministry of Economy signed a memorandum of understanding in November. Zelensky and Fink agreed Wednesday to focus in the near term on coordinating the efforts of all potential investors and participants in the reconstruction of our country, channeling investments into the most relevant and impactful sectors of the Ukrainian economy. I think we should offer them a better deal, of course, but I don't blame him for taking the deal that's on the table.
But that's if they win, because here's the thing: which we're already saying they can't win. So when you
what does she define as winning? What does Russell Brand define as winning? I don't think they define winning as Ukraine keeping all the territory they are currently holding.
Ukraine loses, BlackRock is
Ukraine losing. That, to me, is Ukraine not existing.
Already invested, apparently.
Or being occupied by Russia.
But their economy is going to be in the pits after this.
Of course.
Not considering the number of lives that they've lost. And what happens to Crimea? And this is why I question if this is meant to be a prolonged, never-ending war. And I say this because if they can't win, it's not like the U.S. government is just going to say, okay, guys, they're not winning. They're not doing well. We're going to have to talk with NATO to try to just end this and just settle it. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that would be admitting something to the American people that you should have admitted in the very beginning when you were lying to them and telling the American people that they could win when they couldn't. I think
But the American people isn't fighting. Are they? I mean, individuals are, but the America isn't.
What's going to happen is I think they're going to try to prolong this as much as possible, at least as long as Biden's in office. Prolong it.
Oh, she is a Trump supporter. Not active Trump supporter, but just like Bree, she doesn't care if Trump would be in office.
As much as possible, continuing to give them weapons, continuing to give them money and aid. And then I think it's only inevitable it's going to get to a certain point where either we're going to have a change in leadership in the White House, meaning bringing in someone who wants to get this conflict, wants to basically get rid of this conflict and wants to call for peace negotiation. That would also be rather difficult because the powers that be, military industrial complex and corporations, actually want this war to continue.
Listen to who she's talking about here. She's just talking about the American people and what the American people should do and what the American people want and what our politicians should do and blah, 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 blah. There's not a peep from her or Russell on what the Ukrainian people want. The people who are currently fighting the conflict. She's not talking about them at all here. They are not part of the conversation here. They are, in her worldview, they are secondary.
So they may even try to make it so that no one like that will get into the White House during this time.
Oh, let's hope.
It reminds me of what happened after September 11, right? And I remember, Bush running for a second term. And I remember how close Al Gore came. But we can talk about that another time, maybe on call in, not on here, because
I saw Dore, of course, Jimmy Dore talk about this. Ralph Nader, was it? Florida Gore. I want to see. There's opinions on this, but I want to see how much. Damn, that was a. They want Trump because they don't want Ukraine. That is true. That is actually the reason. So we have George W. Bush. This is just in Florida, which absolutely won Bush the presidency. We have 2,912,790 votes for Bush. We have 2,912,253 votes. That's a 537 vote margin. That is nothing. And Ralph Nader sitting here, 97,500 votes. You can say that he didn't cost Al Gore the votes or the victory because Al Gore should have stayed out or people wouldn't have voted. 537 votes. Yeah, that more than that would absolutely have jumped from these nearly from nearly 100,000 people would absolutely have jumped and voted Gore. Absolutely. That is the scenario she wants. That is what she wants. That is what she supports.
I'd be careful how to talk about that election. But what I will say is that it was very apparent to me that the powers that be, the military industrial complex and the corporations really did not want someone else coming in during that time of this issue with Iraq. So that being said, if those powers that be do not allow someone to come into the White House who's going to get us out of this conflict.
Like conspiracy theory. Conspiracy. That's all she's dabbling in here. There's no substance here. The powers that be speak clearly. Who are you talking? Oh, the military industrial complex. What did they do specifically? Oh, they donate money. They donate money to both sides. They don't care who's in power. They'll win either way. But Bush, 2004 election. That was closer than I expected, actually. But it's still 3 million. Oh, damn. How many? Fox News called it very early. Very, very early because... No, that was the fuckery with that. I think there was some connection with Bush specifically there as well. But I know, Bush's cousin who was the Florida not mayor, governor, I believe, at the time. But that's low number. That's a low participation number, isn't it? Election participation U.S. Wow. What is that? Voting age population and voting age population. Voting eligible population. We have 60%. Awesome. How awesome is that? Just 60% turnout. Cool.
I do see this continue.
By the way, yes, they called it very early. That might actually have turned people away from the polls. Yada, yada, yada. Stuff like that. I don't remember, but I haven't seen any analysis that cost the election for Gore.
Continuing to who knows how many years. And if that happens,
hold on, what I missed
of this conflict, I do see this continuing to who knows how many years. And if that happens, are the American people going to finally be bold enough to call out the government and to call out the MIC for what it truly is? And
MIC?
To call out this war? Or 5 years from now, are people still going to be flying Ukraine flags in their Twitter like bio saying, you can win, you can do it? Let's continue.
In America, that's what they're talking about. So the vision they're presenting is a globalist, corporatist post-war Ukraine.
Yeah, MIC. I have no idea what MIC is. But Russell. As opposed to Russia's. That's the critical difference here. The difference is you're either under the thumb of capital or under the thumb of oligarchs. Ukraine has been on the thumb of oligarchs. We've seen what happened there. It creates a massive amounts of corruption. It creates dilapidated infrastructure and equipment. It creates just all around bad outcomes for everyone. And then Ukraine is looking towards the West and they go, why do they have so much money? Why did South Korea get so much money? How did that happen? And can we get some of that? Like, is there corruption in the West? Abso-freaking-lutely. Is it anywhere near the East? No. Nah. Not even close. And the scenario where we poke holes in the... I hate this. Paper that also... duct with air goals. Yeah, exactly. You had the punch and the hanging chads. Florida. This is an iconic image. But you had... and this... How this is allowed, I do not understand. I completely do not understand. I understand why older people would be confused by this. You know, it's really, really strange. And the only reason you do that is to obfuscate for people. You know, that's the only reason. Or saying, I want to say something more. Nah, never mind. So yeah, that also cost. Right. I know in the Constitution, every state has a right to hold their own elections and formulate all that, and I can understand why. Sure, go ahead. I do think that the U.S. government, the federal government, needs to put up a bare minimum. Here's one place I agree with Republicans. Remove electronic voting, paper ballots all the way. Mandate that from the federal government. Put in protections so that every citizen, period, has a right to vote in national elections. Maybe there is an argument to be made how little I like it, because the Constitution says what it says about the local elections, about the state elections, and Florida not allowing felons. I don't like it. I think the federal government should try to remove that, but I can see a potential argument be made by people that it's in the Constitution. That's gonna mean it's harder to change. So, but I think when it comes to the federal government, they should have a say in how and who can vote, you know? And I think that's an argument, a winnable argument. Not today, not with today's landscape, but in the future. Even with if you don't change anything else with the constitutional laws at all. Stuff those two would, and where polling places should be. Like how many people per poll or polling station is allowed. Like a minimum. And if that means the federal government gives everyone the money to do that, sure, go ahead. But there needs to be a minimum amount of polling stations per 10,000 people, you know? I don't know the exact number. I don't know the exact ratio, but it should be a bare minimum. Those two, and the distance between the places and stuff like that. You know, to ensure a speedy and easy election for everyone, so that you don't have the 5-hour waiting periods, or not, if not longer, for some people in Texas, in poor places specifically.
Now, I don't think that the vision for how Ukraine is organised is any of my business, and I'm sure a lot of you share that opinion, in which case, why American taxpayers?
I do not agree with that at all. Why would I not care about them potentially being under authoritarian threat? Listen, who is he talking to here? He's not talking to leftists. Leftists believe in one people, the human race, the human people, the workers of the world unite. So he's not talking to the left wing, he's talking to the right wing.
Paying for this conflict that appears to be leading to a vision that's globalist and corporatist, you could say, certainly on the basis of the BlackRock deal and the basis of Ukrainian workers aren't going to have the right to unionize. Doesn't seem very pro-Ukrainian to me.
Ukrainian workers won't be able to unionize. Despite, okay, I need some water. Despite numerous public appeals from the international community and trade unions in the country, Ukraine's parliament has adopted a modification of the labor legislation, which means the companies with fewer than 250 employees will be able to directly negotiate pay structure, working hours, and the conditions or terms of contract termination. Martial law. Why does it start with martial law? It's martial law. It's wartime. Okay. Martial law in Ukraine already greatly restricted workers' rights. I understand that. Although these restrictions are clearly time limited, workers are among the hardest hit by the Russian aggressions, and the ILO estimates that 4.8 million jobs have already been lost. The adoption of law number 5378 Back labor protections has been ratified. Is there more to come? Okay, this is bad. This is bad. I don't like this. Remove it. It's better than Russia still, but I don't like it. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky ratified law, blah, blah, which removes rights for workers at small and medium-sized companies. It will be effective for as long as the country... It will be effective for as long as the country's under martial law. A qualification added at the last minute under pressure from trade unions. Imagine that. This is a wartime law. This claimed the adoption of law exclude. This claimed that the martial law already restricts and it's time limited. This is also time limited, guys. It can still be bad, but it's time limited. It's war. If war broke out in Sweden tomorrow, I have no doubts that a lot of the union gains that we had will be lost. Abso-freaking-lutely. Are you kidding me? It's war. We need to unify. We need to consolidate. We need to focus on the matter at hand. I hope Ukraine turns into a social democracy post-war. Yeah, by all accounts that I've said of the things that I've read about Zelensky, about the things Zelensky is doing with corruption in Ukraine, among other things, tells me that it will turn into a social democracy. Not like that. It's not going to be tomorrow. It's not going to be the day after, but it's going to move towards that. So this is a wartime law again.
Let me know what you think in the comments. Fresh from a trip to Kiev, Democrat Senator...
Ooh, Kiev! That's a very... Because Ukraine's like, pre-war, they were like, oh, if you want to pronounce it Kiev, that's the Russian pronunciation. But it's fine. That's fine. Zelensky, spelled with one I, pre-war. Post-war, he's like, fuck that. I'm going to do the Ukrainian spelling. The same goes with Kiev, which is how I believe how the pronunciation is. It's not Kiev, it's K-Y-I-V. K-E-I-V is a Russian translation from the Russian name.
Richard Blumenthal is arguing that the US is getting its money.
No, they don't have a relation. Right. I've looked this up before. They do not have a relation, Max and Richard Blumenthal. I'm just going to go, I'm just going to return.
From a trip to Kiev, Democrat Senator Richard Blumenthal is arguing that the US is getting its money's worth in Ukraine because Russia is taking losses and no Americans are dying, showing a lack of concern for Ukrainian lives.
I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, if you're going to look at this from an American perspective, that sounds like a win-win. We give them some equipment, they fight our ideological enemies. That sounds like a win-win.
How many of you thought that when this conflict began, what we're ultimately seeing is the evolution of the American war model where...
But naturally, if I was in his shoes, I would say they are winning the war, the money's going where it should, but the equipment is needed, but we need more. That to help Ukraine fight off Russia. That would be my... What is he? Was he Democrat? Richard Blumenthal. I believe he's a Democrat, but from what state? Oh, looks like a ghoul even. Born there, children. What is he? Senator for which state? It's Connecticut. It's Connecticut. Yeah, yep. And Connecticut votes. Like I have, whatever. I have no doubt that Connecticut is quite far more conservative than like some place like California or New York or whatever, you know.
Supporting foreign territories in their conflict against American enemies is preferable to wars where American troops are going to be involved and ultimately killed.
Yes. To Americans, yes. The reason the Vietnam War ended at all is because American troops were dying. The reason Obama used drone strikes as he did was because American soldiers weren't put in harm's way, of course.
Even Americans who have no particular interest in freedom and independence in democracies worldwide should be satisfied that we're getting our money's worth on our Ukraine investment.
So he's talking to a very specific audience here. Like he's saying, even if you don't care about democracy over there or the people over there, you should be happy with this. This is still helping us.
Blumenthal wrote in the Connecticut Post. That's a pretty cynical way of discussing a conflict which is leading to death and decimation.
I don't disagree. It is a very cynical way to discuss it. Doesn't mean he's wrong.
In a country that really doesn't evolve America, except for, I would argue, their economic and imperialist interests. For less than 3% of our nation's military budget, we've enabled Ukraine to degrade Russia's military strength by half, all without a single American servicewoman or man injured or lost here.
So he said before this quote, he said, it doesn't help us. It helps corporations. It won't help the American people, yada, yada. There's one area where it will help us. Or when I say us, I mean the West. Which includes the US, in my opinion. I hope so. At least for now. And that is, there has never been a war against two equals in modern history. This is the first war. You can learn a lot from that. A lot from that. Modern war tactics that America has just... Like, without air superiority, how do you fight? Because that has been American MO from day one. That is what they taught the Ukrainians to do. They said, or to work with when they're fighting. Like, you need to have air superiority. You need to have air support come in and bomb trenches, and then you can roll over them, you know? That is what they were taught. That has not worked because they have no air superiority, because they are at equal footings. Once that shifts, and I hope it does, because we haven't given them the fighter jets they need. Once we do, I hope that will suffice. In some ways, at least, it will help them, if nothing else.
He added, I would say that that's a pretty cynical outlook and reveals plainly what the mentality is. We're fighting a proxy war using Ukrainian lives.
I've watched Cult of Dusty 10, 15 years ago, maybe? It's a long time ago, during the T.J. Kirk, the Amazing Atheist, on the original formation of Drunken Peasants. That's how I'm familiar with him.
It's an investment. We're depleting the resources of our enemy. That's not what we were told at the beginning. We were told that it's a criminal invasion by Putin. We have to defend Ukraine, put a flag in your window, that it was a moral crusade.
It is.
The argument has become...
What he's saying isn't contradicted by this one statement, by this one senator. Like, he can be a psychopathic lunatic. There's still a moral and righteous reason to be there, in my opinion, despite lunatics having a different reason for it.
That's what we were told. And we've been told these things oftentimes before with other wars. And the thing is, they just want to weaken Russia economically. They do want to implement regime change. They want to overthrow Vladimir Putin. And people have to really grasp that. The sad thing is,
she's, again, conspiratorial thinking. There's no evidence that anyone is trying to overthrow Putin. If an overthrow of Putin happens, it's going to come from the Russian people who are fed up with being sent to the meat grinder for no reason. Ukraine has a reason. Russia has no reason.
The majority of Americans have no idea that this is happening. The majority of Americans just know that Russia invaded Ukraine, and
most Americans couldn't find Ukraine on a map. Most Americans don't care what happens abroad at all. Most Americans probably don't care what happens in their neighboring states. Oh, it's pretty cool now. Cool. I didn't care about him earlier. I might check him out sometime on your recommendation here. I don't think he used to be not when I was. He wasn't a chud during the those days, at least. Maybe earlier. I know he used to run a porn site and stuff like that. But she is fundamentally missing here is that it can be both.
The sad thing is the majority of Americans have no idea that this is happening. The majority of Americans just know that Russia invaded Ukraine and we got to fight back against big, bad Russia.
I mean, that would be nice.
I've watched the way that Russia has been depicted, whether it's been movies or TV shows and I've never seen it portrayed in a positive light. Not in.
Oh, is there a map of that perhaps? There we go. These are territories that Russia has occupied, and let's take something like Crimea. Let's take Crimea just to understand how evil Russia is. Crimea, Russian occupation. I want to see Crimea Tatars. Or Tatars. Deportation of Crimean Tatars. Was the ethnic cleansing and cultural genocide of at least 191,000 Crimean Tatars carried out by the Soviet authorities from May 18th to 20th May 1944. They removed an entire population from their homeland. They are more willing to send Eastern soldiers or Eastern people from the eastern parts of Russia into war in Ukraine than they are anyone from the western parts. Why? Because the western parts have the money. It's the money. Why would we depict Russia as the good guys? We have, for sure we have. There are World War II movies where Russia is not depicted as the bad guys. They should be. If you look at the early history of World War II, any time you look, it's like thinking, why does Hollywood portray America as the good guys? Because it's in America? Of course. Like, that's propaganda for you. It's like she listened to Russell Brand talk about propaganda and all that, but she didn't listen. We never depict Russians as good guys. Yeah, and you know what? You shouldn't. Why is there a fly here? You shouldn't depict America as the good guys either. Nations by nature of who they are, aren't the good guys ever. When have you ever seen Belgium being depicted as the good guys? They massacred people in Africa. When have you ever seen Sweden being depicted as the bad guys? We should. How have we treated our Sami people? We should be depicted. The issue is that we are the victors, and the victors write history. But she ignores all that and goes for the easy, the simple. We don't depict ourselves as the bad guy. Of course we don't. But put it into perspective. Why would we depict Russia as the good guys ever? We are. I don't want to say honest about Russia. That's wrong, because being honest about Russia means to put it in perspective of America and Europe and stuff like that. We don't. We're honest about their actions and their intentions, but we're never honest about our own in media. Of course not. Unfortunately. And that is what should be focused on. We need to focus more on our own history, on our own faults and failings, rather than say, why do we pick Russia as the bad guys?
I've never seen it portrayed in a positive light, not in this country. So it's easy to push that propaganda.
The Soviets' social lust wouldn't have to defeat the Nazis, which they did with American help. I mean, without America, I don't think Russia, the Soviet would have been able to crush Nazi Germany. Honestly. Without America, no. America came in late. They should have come in earlier. But without the US, they wouldn't have won, I believe. Or they wouldn't have crushed Germany, at least. Maybe contained, but not crushed. And due to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, World War II was started. Without that, there wouldn't have been a reason for World War II. They had an agreement, a secret agreement, which said, if you attack eastwards, we're gonna attack from the other side, and we can just split this whole area between us. That is what happened. That is why Nazi Germany was comfortable and confident in attacking Poland and Austria? I need a map. I'm so bad at geography. Not Chechnya. Czechoslovakia. Czechia. The Lend-Lease. Is that what it's called? Yeah, Austria as well. And so without this pact, Germany would have stayed within Germany. Would have been bad, of course. And tankies will say, no, this was a good thing if they defend it. It's a good thing. What Soviet Union did was they moved in to protect the people so that Germany didn't move further eastward. Bull fucking shit. They occupied them, and they had an agreement with Germany to do so. Teamwork does make the dream work.
On the American people, when this is all they know, about Russia, right? Most Americans are not going to look further and deeper into this war. Although I will say some are starting to push back in reference to the amount of money.
Support for Ukraine, American polls. 55% of Americans, can I get them? No. Overall, 55% say U.S. Congress should not authorize additional funding to support Ukraine versus 45% who say Congress should authorize such fundings, and 51% say that the U.S. has already done enough to help Ukraine, while 48% they should do more. It is quite an even split here. A poll conducted in the early days of the Russian invasion, late February 2022, found 62% felt the U.S. should be doing more. Yeah.
Money that's being sent to Ukraine,
which comes in the form of military equipment. What are you going to do in Hawaii with an Abrams tank? Okay,
maybe that could be the driving force to wake people up.
A common talking point among hawks in Washington who want the US to keep fueling the proxy war against Russia. Senator Mitt Romney recently called the conflict the best national defense spending I think we've ever done. We're losing no lives in Ukraine, and the Ukrainians are fighting heroically against Russia, Romney said. We're diminishing and devastating the Russian military for a very small amount of money. A weakened Russia is a good thing. So I suppose at least the agenda is becoming explicit. This is a
You're talking about Republican there? I mean, when was the Soviet Union most progressive? And I guess, and not tyrannical. Yeah, never, ever. Maybe towards the end with Gorbachev. Gorbachev. Maybe. It was at least. But again, that's where we fucked up in the West, where we went. We have someone who's willing to be corrupt for us. Ha ha! And he's the leader. What Russia did, which set them on the course they are today, with the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the shock doctrine and all of that. What they did was they gave every citizen a certain, because there was nobody owning, except for the state, owning the factory. So everyone got like a minimum share in stuff, and they sold it for dirt cheap. They should have put in place a timeline where they weren't allowed to sell the shares. But they didn't. So outside corporations could just swoop in, and the oligarchs of old could just swoop in and gobble up all of that money, all those shares in newly formed corporate structures. Just gobble them up and became very, very powerful. But the people who got them, they were uneducated. They didn't know any better. They didn't have money. They didn't have food. Oh, and all of a sudden I have something and I can trade it and I can get food? Well, thank you. Every country has golden strategy. Yeah. And these people are just mad that American goals is opposed to Russian goals.
Proxy war where we avoid the unpopular event of American lives being lost. Post-Vietnam, it has been decreed that America should not get involved in foreign wars that are none of their business, because American families don't like to see their loved ones returning in body bags. The Middle
Who likes that?
Eastern conflicts, notably Iraq, seemed like an attempt to reboot that foreign policy model, sending American troops to countries that to some degree are none of their business. And
how many soldiers died in Iraq? U.S. soldiers' death rate. Vietnam, U.S. soldier death rate. I want to see, just give me the total number. Died, boom, killed in action, no remains. Total in theater deaths. Total here. 58,000 compared to 4,500. Yeah. You can't compare the two. There's no possible way that you can equate these two. It's too many. Yeah. But of course. And the civilians, however, that's where the real deaths are. These folks only think only the U.S. helps allies with terms in place. Yeah. Only the U.S. Oh yeah, only the USA helps allies with terms in place. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Russia never puts terms in place of their help. No. I listened to a radio talk about the radio the other day. They talked about Kim Jong-un's visit to Russia and the agreement they have between each other, and how the relationship has shifted over due to this war. How previously North Korea was dependent on Russia, and therefore North Korea had to be subservient to Russia. But now, because they need stuff from North Korea that they don't have domestically, it's a power imbalance. Every nation has their own goals and put terms and conditions on help to their neighbors, to allies, of course.
Certainly wars that are not undertaken for the reasons that were offered at the war's inauguration. This, though, seems like a pretty refined model. No Americans are going to die. American taxpayers are going to pay for it, but Ukrainians are going to do the dying on your behalf, and American opponents are going to be weakened. It's still...
Again, nobody's asking what the Ukrainians want.
Still, for me, seems like something that should be subject to democratic process, whether or not you want...
That's called an election. Yeah. There's going to be an election next year.
To fund ongoing foreign wars is something I'd like a yes-no tick to. Despite the...
That's called voting for another president.
Oftentimes what I don't see happen, like I want more people to interview the Ukrainian people and not the media people, right? Not the people that are a part of Zelensky's regime there.
I have good news.
But just the everyday Ukrainian people on the street and ask them how they feel.
I have fantastic news, Abby. Dylan Burns. Not live. Well, that's an image. Here he's talking to an ideology of Ukrainian far rights people. He is. Why is it Dylan Burns live? Is it? Okay, what happens if I go channels? Dylan Burns TV. That's the one I'm looking for. So the Russians murdered my father, Mud and Blood, an interview with a Bakhmut fighter, the ideology of Ukrainian far right, foreign fighter explained, Ukrainian foreign fighter, military sappers who saved Kyiv. I mean, you can see this here, Sabi, if you want to. There are people on the ground interviewing everyday people there. They support the war. They want more weapons, more equipment. So if you want to know what they think, continue doing what you're doing, but increase.
About what's happening. And it's unlikely that we'll see that type of footage unless it's an improved narrative that mainstream media wants. But like I said, it's getting to the point now where they have to actually admit.
It is impossible for her to not be aware of Dylan Burns. It is impossible for her. He has been on major outlets. He is well known. I understand the local, the normal, any day American does not know who Dylan Burns is. He's not that big. The normal day Americans do not know who Destiny is or Hassan Piker. Nobody, it's not that type of environment, okay? But you are online, actively talking in this space about Ukraine, and you do not know who Dylan Burns is. Hard doubt
that there are some losses here in reference to what's happening with Ukraine. And I just wonder how long mainstream media is going to be able to keep up this facade. You got to think back to when I was younger and the war in Iraq happened. One thing you got to remember, we didn't have social media back then. Boop.
2003. I know Twitter wasn't around. YouTube is 2005, and Facebook is later. There were forums. It's on the cusp, I'd say. When did what's it called? That I'm too small. She's not gonna. She's gonna ignore me. She does not want. She's not interested in an antagonistic confrontation. Let's put it that way. At all. That would crumble her either her view, or at the very least, a portion of her audience's view. Look at what happened. Okay. Hinkle, he has been talking. He's talked to Sam Cedar. He's talked to. Has he talked to Dylan Burns? Maybe not. He's talked to Vosh. He's talked to a number of people here who has confronted him on his worldview and confronted it. Sorry, on his support for Russia. What has happened? Has he changed his mind? Why am I? No, of course he hasn't changed his mind. He's not interested in changing his mind. He's paid not to change his mind. And we can stop this video here, actually. She doesn't want that. That's not, if she did that, if she started to doing that, that would actually be an issue for her in the end. Because again, Hinkle's big idea, not big idea, but his MO is ignore everything. MySpace, that's the one I was looking for. Yes, MySpace existed, but digital cameras didn't. Because MySpace is... when did that come? No, it's funded in 2003. So, okay. So, yeah, it's on the cusp of social media there. There's one... I had it. Did I... If I go here, and I go there, and I go here... Okay.
Hello, hello, hello.
No. The Vanguard boys recently unearthed a video where Graham Elwood, a former associate and friend, interesting, with Jimmy Dore, they unearthed a video of him saying that Jimmy Dore takes money to be anti-vax.
It's cost me money disagreeing with Jimmy. If I just all I cared about was money, I'd agree with him. But I'm not going to do that. I am only going to talk about what I believe in. And if you don't believe me or you don't like me, whatever, I'm saying what I believe in. No one's in my ear. Okay. And I know Jimmy was getting money from Peter Allard, who is a billionaire that was paying some indie, he's supposedly progressive. He was paying Jimmy, what I was told was $5,000 a month.
That's cheap.
And then I heard this Peter Allard guy during the whole vaccine thing in 2021 told at several shows that he was paying, hey, I need you to push this anti-vaccine stuff. And several of the shows said, I don't want your money more. We're done. And Jimmy kept taking his money. That's my understanding. So there's a lot of stuff that's suspect here. It's called.
Yes, stream is ending soon. I'm gonna wrap it up after I finish this because I have. I'm sorry. The debate with Screen Dream took way too much more time than I expected. So that's blame it on him. But then after that, people in Jimmy's circle starting to say no. That's not true. Blah 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 blah. You're lying. And more former associates. Here's Aaron Mate defending, taking billionaire money, and Ryan Grimm going, wait. But you said that because I took money from Omi Diar, whoever that is, now I am a shill, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, there's a nuance. And Jen Dees, she did a stream here that I caught. And she brings some receipts. Unfortunately, she missed that she was wrong. She was showing the wrong screen. So
a very, very heavy.
I don't want to listen there. You can listen to this. It's a good stream. She brings the receipts. Here. So we have correspond with you using email before. Be careful with this message. We are banned from the debate, so we're going to court Ezra Levant, Aaron Mate, Peter Allard. Here she is with the Allard Prize. So she used to take money, and Peter Allard apparently wanted to have editorial input on titles, and he came with you should talk about this story more. So she corroborates what Graham is saying. I may be streaming tomorrow, so I might be talking about that then. But here she is. She's showing that she is she used to be friends with them. Here. I'm not sure your video should be captioned corporate vultures when it's really about homelessness. How it is dealt with in Vancouver and how we respond on an informative basis, the change seems to be somewhat sensationalized and off topic. Why was it changed from the previous caption? He wants editorial input. If you give editorial input to someone else, that's not journalism all of a sudden. That's propaganda. That's PR. And yeah, so lots of people. And then I asked her questions. I'm like, oh my God, she's allowing for questions. There are not a lot of people here. This is my opportunity. Can I finally ask some questions? I asked her if she went on. I don't think she wanted to come on and talk about this. She didn't see it, I think, because she ended her stream right after. Let's see here. Oh.
We should know. We deserve to know where. I will also say an audience brings them right up. Johnny Graphics says, unfortunately, yeah. I mean, I've tried. All or the Brazen Voice about their right-wing audience and how they cater to it. Yeah, I mean, I've tried. Literally, right before I blocked Steph's number, just because I was really distressed. She didn't say anything mean or anything. Number? Right before I blocked Steph's number, just because.
Oh, Steph's, his wife, Dore's wife. Which in this video, she's like, I hope she gets out. And from what I've heard about how Dore treats her, she does seems to be in an abusive relationship, you know?
Because I was really distressed. She didn't say anything like mean or anything. I was just in a moment of like, I can't deal with the lies and the, I don't know. I text.
So my point here is that it is without a doubt in my mind, the black, what are they called? The black revolutionary black net revolution. The RB, what is it? The R revolutionary black. Revolutionary Black Network, which I believe she's a part of. Yeah, Sabby Zabs 2 here. That's her. Without a doubt, gets money from these people. Without a doubt, do they do that? Why else would you be so fucking like Scott Ritter? You're happy with Scott Ritter, the twice convicted pedo. You're gonna be like palling up with him. No. These people are grifters. They're taking... Is that a... Okay, it's a shadow. I'm like, what the fuck? They're taking billionaire money to lie to their audience, to obfuscate the truth. What they're talking about, and Russell Brand does this as well, for sure. What they're talking about isn't necessarily untrue. It is just a very skewed world view. Like if you saw the Brianna Joy Gray with Kyle and Crystal, if you saw that video, it is very clear what her aim is. She admits it. I don't care to give a positive image to my audience. Wait, what? You don't... No, because the mainstream media already does that. Your audience, their audience doesn't trust the mainstream media. So they don't get the mainstream media perspective. So, but we're not a news show. And your audience is doing a right-wing turn. And you're not alarmed by that. Tells me that you're okay with collaboratism. Which tells me you're taking money from the big donors. Take not Jimmy Dore. Of course, Jimmy Dore. But Dave Rubin. Same thing. Same fucking thing. Absolutely. He got money because he was a liberal, because he was a progressive, willing to be the lapdog of conservatives. But they've learned their lesson, because Dave Rubin is no longer a liberal. He's a conservative. He's an open conservative. And they don't like that. Have you seen much from Dave Rubin lately? What is his numbers? I guarantee you, because they don't want someone who is open right-wing. They want someone who is hidden. They want crypto Nazis. Dave Rubin. Oh, and by the way, he vowed that he would eat. Oh no, that he would no longer do his show if Joe Biden stayed in one term. It is possible that the same thing is happening at TYT. To a lesser extent, and I don't think, because I do think they have stricter morals, honestly. But to some extent, it wouldn't surprise me if the same thing happens there at all. We can see here, 16K, 19K, 28K, 97K, 46K, 62. Let's go back. Why don't we just scroll a bit here? No, 2 months. Oh, we're not going to scroll. Let's go oldest and scroll a bit. We're seeing bad numbers, bad numbers, bad numbers. Well, better than mine, but, you know, low numbers, low numbers, low numbers. Starting to... Oh, we're starting. Weed marijuana, 420. Oh, my God. Rush Limbaugh, gay marriage is inevitable. Blah, blah, blah. 2.K. And then... When does he leave? 100? But I saw millions, didn't I? God, these were low numbers. Has he always just had low numbers? I mean, this is 9 years ago. He's getting like one here, one there that pops off. Oh. 8 years ago, still on TYT, I see. I just saw it. 4.4 million. Lebanese porn star Mia Khalifa responds to haters. He's not going to do that one anymore. Let's go to popular then. I knew I saw something. 9 years ago, wearing condom just got a whole lot better. 7 years ago, Ben Shapiro. Milo. New vibrator, apparently. Stephen Fry. I can't believe he got that bag. 10 months ago, 2.6 million. Okay. But most of these are from years ago, before he turned out, or before he admitted to being a right-winger, at least. The Majority Report is great. I'm so happy that Emma Vigeland could escape there. I think John Iadarola, I think he might be looking towards greener pastures right now. I have a feeling that John Iadarola isn't on board with what they're doing with the trans issue at the moment. So he might be looking for some greener pastures there. Possibly. Michael Brooks, yeah, he was great. One of the only Americans I know who is even aware of who Olof Palme was. I need to get going. I'm sorry for this stream. I'm not sorry for it, but I wanted to do other things than just this. But it was a good... I'm happy that it happened. I'm happy that I know it's part of my community apparently as well. And I'm gonna have to ramp up my game, I guess. I might be streaming tomorrow. It's highly possible that I'll be streaming tomorrow. Take care. I'll see you then. Bye-bye.